Hello and welcome to Season 3 of Rex's Hangar. Unfortunately, I am still recovering from the horrors of influenza, which has delayed the release of videos for the past month, as as you can see, I still have a really nasty lingering cough, and it makes recording anything more than a passing paragraph very difficult. By way of compensation, I'm releasing this video today, when in reality I was hoping to upload Season 3 in mid to late July. Season 3 covers all the videos I released through early to mid-spring of 2022, including any special videos, as many of you requested for them to be added into each season. So, hopefully you will enjoy this, and hopefully by the end of this month I'll be less broken and regular videos will resume once again. Anyway, enjoy. Episode 1. The Avro Avian. The Avro Avian was a light aircraft developed during the 1920s, and despite only achieving moderate commercial success, it still left its mark on the fields of competitive flying and aviation record setting. Following the First World War, the market for civil aircraft began to grow at a rapid pace. In Britain, this was spurred on by the shrinking of the class gap and the general consensus that enjoying aircraft shouldn't be restricted to people with wealth or mechanical obsessions. As a result of this, the LIM light aircraft trials were held to encourage the development of light aircraft for private ownership. This event was held 3 times, in 1923, 1924, and in 1926. And it was in this final event that the Avian would make its appearance. The first prototype Avian was developed from a modified autogyro fuselage. In 1926, the Air Ministry had placed a new contract for autogyros with Avro, which were to be designated as the Avro 576. Not long after construction began, one of these new aircraft was set aside to be modified for the 2-seat light aeroplane trials at LIM, and it was redesigned as the Avro 581 Avian. The prototype was completed and given the registration GEBOV. It had a remarkably low structural weight, which gave a tare weight to all-up weight ratio of less than 0.5. The aircraft trials had strict weight allowances, with a maximum engine weight of only 170 pounds, and as a result of this, the 70 horsepower Jenner engine from the Avro 576 was retained, as it was the most powerful engine in this weight class. For competitive purposes, the Avian had a large wing area for its size, and the wing structure itself was built as simple as possible in order to save weight. The outer sections were mounted on 2 pairs of wing struts, and the center section was mounted on 4 smaller struts attached to the fuselage. Ailerons were only fitted to the lower wing, and fuel was stored in the front of the fuselage to leave the upper main plane clear. To comply with the rules of the light aircraft competition, the wings folded around the rear spar, and this was accomplished with quick release bolts. The Avian was flown in the LIM trials by Australian pilot Herbert J. Hinkler, and overall it did pretty well. Hinkler flew 1,074 miles over 3 days, and despite a leaking fuel tank, he gained second place in 3 of the 6 tests. He averaged just under 69 miles an hour for the 312-mile 3-lap cross-country to Shoreham on September the 12th. On the 14th, he averaged 69 miles an hour for 3 laps of the 366-mile Hastings circuit, and on the 14th, he averaged 78 miles an hour over a 396-mile 6-lap race. The Avian was proving to have excellent endurance for such a light airframe. However, its luck ran out when the drive of its magneto sheared, and the aircraft was eliminated from the remainder of the competition. This blow was somewhat lessened when Hinkler won a separate race later on the 18th of September, which covered 6 laps of the LIM course, and he averaged 90 miles an hour. After this, the Avian was taken back to Avro's works in Hamble for modifications. The wingspan was reduced to 28 feet, and the nose was lengthened to accommodate an 85 horsepower ADC Series 2 inline engine. This engine was gravity-fed from a large center section tank, whose weight necessitated the addition of 2 more sloping struts between the upper wing and the fuselage. A new triangular fin and an enlarged rudder were fitted to compensate the increased side area of the lengthened nose, and it was in this guise that the Avian was redesignated as the Avro 581A. After these modifications were complete, Hinkler, who liked the Avian, bought the prototype and competed in several races over the course of 1927. At the same time as this, Avro began work on the production version of the Avian, but Hinkler continued to score impressive achievements with their first prototype. He had his sights set on long-distance flights, and over the summer of 1927, Hinkler made various modifications to the aircraft. These included a new undercarriage of his own design, lowering the engine to make it more accessible for maintenance, and adding a long-range fuel tank. As long-distance flights carried the risk of possible emergency landings in fields, bogs, and other places not well suited to aircraft, Hinkler widened the undercarriage when he redesigned it. He also designed it to be able to be moved further back, which allowed the tail to be lifted more easily when the wings were folded for transport. Hinkler made his first record-setting flight on the 27th of August 1927, flying 1,200 miles from England to Latvia in approximately 10 hours and 45 minutes. This was the longest non-stop flight by a light aircraft at the time, and when it was inspected, the Avian impressed the Latvian Air Force, who then placed orders for the Avian as a training aircraft. After this flight, Hinkler embarked on a far more ambitious endeavour. The Avian's fuel consumption during the England-Latvia flight convinced him that it was capable of flying him all the way from England to his homeland of Australia. As this was a considerably longer distance than anything so far attempted with the Avian, he decided to further modify it. A more rugged, non-folding divided undercarriage was added, the wings from another Avian, one that had set altitude records, were fitted to the aircraft, and the wooden propeller was replaced by a metal one built by Fairey. In this new configuration, Hinkler's Avian was redesignated again to the Avro 581E. He took off from Croydon on the 7th of February 1928, with Darwin as his intended destination. At the beginning of his flight, there was little media attention, perhaps because many thought that such a light aircraft lacked the endurance for such an attempt. But by the time he was halfway to his destination, his attempt had caught the attention of the aviation world. On the 22nd of February, he safely arrived at Darwin, completing the first solo flight from England to Australia, and for his exploits he would eventually be made an honorary RAAF squadron leader. The production models of the Avian were known as the Avro 594. They had limited success in competitive events, and only moderate commercial success when compared to the de Havilland Moth. However, like the prototype, some of these Avians would go on to set some records. An Avian Mark II, flown by Dudley Watt, won an altitude race in 1927, reaching 12,750 feet in 90 minutes. The prototype model of the Avian Mark III, nicknamed the Red Rose, was flown by Captain Bill Lancaster from England to Australia. He actually began his flight before Hinkler, taking off on the 14th of October 1927. However, he was plagued by various mechanical problems and did not arrive in Darwin until March the following year. His Avian performed better after this and set a new record for crossing the Bass Strait from Melbourne in just 6.5 hours. A production Avian Mark III was purchased by Lady Heath, who flew solo from the South African Cape to England between March and May of 1928. She then later sold her aircraft to another female pilot who was beginning to make a name for herself, Amelia Earhart. She would fly the Avian on her first long-distance solo flight, becoming the first woman to fly across the North American continent and back in August of 1928. Another Avian, a 616 sports model, dubbed the Southern Cross Junior, was flown by Guy Menzies on the first solo flight from Australia to New Zealand in 1931. This same aircraft would later be used by Bill Lancaster on his ill-fated attempt to beat the English to South Africa speed record. Its wreckage was eventually discovered in 1962 and is now on display at the Queensland Museum. Along with being a record setter, the Avian also had a moment of heroism. On the 1st of January 1929, Canadians Wilfred May and Vic Horner flew an Avian from Edmonton to Fort Vermilion to deliver much-needed diphtheria medicine. Including the return journey, the total distance covered was over 700 miles, which was a truly impressive feat considering the appalling temperature and flying conditions at the time. The flight became known as the Race Against Death, a title shared by the exploits of a dog sled team who, in 1925, also had to deliver diphtheria medication to a remote region in appalling conditions during the middle of the Canadian winter. There was a bit of a theme in the 1920s there. Only 2 pre-production models, dubbed the Avian Mark I, were built. They closely resembled the original prototype, with the exception of having slightly rounded wingtips and a triangular rudder. Things quickly moved on to the Avian Mark II, which had a 85 horsepower Cirrus engine, and subsequent models after that would eventually move on to the 95 horsepower Cirrus III. The production run of the Avian was somewhat chaotic, as internal arguments that would put Parliament to shame resulted in multiple design changes. Some Mark IIs were fitted with the Armstrong-Siddeley Genet radial engine, as was a single Avian Mark III, and these would be known as the Avro 594B. 2 Avian Mark IIIs were also converted to float planes, and these would be known as the Avro 605. The Avian Mark IV came in a variety of shapes, sizes and flavours for aviation enthusiasts to choose from, along with several improvements. These included a more robust undercarriage support structure and new horn-balanced ailerons. This aircraft was also powered by the Cirrus III engine, and it had a production run of 90 units. Of these, only a handful were sold in the British market, with the bulk being sold overseas to Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Mexico, Norway, South Africa, and Spain. The Avian Mark IV-M, known as the Avro 616, could really be considered its own aircraft. Its fuselage had welded steel tube framing in place of wood, and the Cirrus engine was replaced with either Hermes or Genet Major engines depending on the specific airframe. A large quantity of these were exported to Canada, who also built 18 specifically for the Royal Canadian Air Force as training aircraft, and an equally large amount of the Hermes models were also sold to China. Many were used in flying schools, but some were also used as light mail carriers in the early 1930s. However, by this point, the Avian's age was starting to show, and it became apparent that it was nearing the end of its development life. An attempt was made to improve its chances on the competitive scene by building 2 Avian Mark IVs as low-wing monoplanes. These were known as the Avro 625. Neither of these saw much success in races, and the first model was eventually rebuilt as a standard biplane. The last Avians were built in 1933, and only a handful saw military service in World War II. 10 wooden and 4 metal frame Avians were impressed by the RAF at the start of the war, and they were used solely as training aircraft. Several surviving Avians can be found today. Despite having logged over 35,000 flying miles, the first prototype Avian flown by Hinkler was in remarkably good condition. However, it was never registered in Australia. Instead, it was placed in the Brisbane Museum, which then became the Queensland Museum, with its original markings. And it's still there today, and I snapped this photo during a recent visit. 2 airworthy Avians can also be found in Australia, and several other models are on display in the US, Canada, Britain, and Sweden. Though it was only a moderately successful light aircraft, the Avian certainly had an interesting life, and one that is often overshadowed by the more popular de Havilland Moth. So I hope you enjoyed today's video on this little plane, and I'll catch you all next time. Episode 2, the Heinkel He-59. In 1930, Heinkel began development work on a new twin-engine biplane. To the watching world, it was being designed as a civil transport, but in reality, it was being developed for the Reichsmarine. They were looking for a new maritime patrol aircraft, and at the time, Heinkel was the most established name in the clandestine business of building military planes for Germany. Heinkel's new aircraft was designed as a large twin-engine attack and reconnaissance plane, which could be operated as either a land plane or a float plane. As such, 2 prototypes were ordered to test out both versions of this design. The float plane was designated the He-59A, and the land plane was the He-59B. Though the actual design of the aircraft was not cutting edge, it was appealing due to its sturdiness and relatively cheap cost. An important factor to consider when Germany, and indeed a lot of the world, was somewhat broke in 1931. Like many aircraft of this size, particularly the German ones, it had a tubular fuselage with slab sides. The twin engines were housed in a pair of nacelles outboard from the fuselage and between the wings. These were supported by struts that connected to the upper and lower wing spars. The engines themselves were 660 horsepower, 46-litre BMW V12s. The lower struts also connected to the framework that connected to the twin floats or the undercarriage to the airframe. This was done to distribute the impact of landing more evenly, and in general provide a more sturdy platform. Compared to other float planes at the time, the HE-59 was rather large, with a wingspan of just under 24 meters and enough room in the fuselage to facilitate an internal bomb bay. This would allow it to carry a mixed payload of bombs or a single heavy torpedo. Aside from landing mechanism, the only difference between the two prototypes was the location of the fuel tanks. The float plane had 2 additional fuel tanks in the keels of the floats, whereas the land plane had to rely on just the internal tanks, though it could sacrifice space in the bomb bay for extra fuel if needed. In total, the float plane version had a standard fuel capacity of 2,700 litres, and this could be brought up to 3,200 litres with the addition of internal tanks. Despite being the second design, the land plane was completed first. Fitted with wheels and large streamlined fairings for the undercarriage, it made its maiden flight in September of 1931. A few months later, the float plane prototype, equipped with a pair of long single-step floats, took off in January of 1932. From the outset, the HE-59A was preferred, being more suited for maritime duties with its floats, and a small batch of additional prototypes were ordered for further evaluation. Despite the engines being considered slightly underpowered, and the aircraft's modest top speed still being a bit uncomfortable with an open cockpit, the HE-59 was deemed successful in all of its evaluation trials, and this resulted in the order of a pre-production batch of 16 HE-59B1s, which would later be redesignated as the B0. This should not be confused with the prototype HE-59B, which was a land plane, as this design was then abandoned at this point, though it is a little confusing when aircraft manufacturers decide to make their designations case-sensitive rather than assigning a fresh letter to them. Compared to the prototype, there were some minor equipment changes and the addition of a 7.9mm MG machine gun in the nose. However, these pre-production models were quickly superseded by the HE-59B2, which was produced by both Heinkel and Arado. Like its predecessors, this version was powered by 2 660 horsepower BMW engines and was of a mixed construction. However, it now had a new all-metal nose with bomb aiming panels, while glazed panels were also fitted for a ventral gunner position and a similar setup in the dorsal position. In this configuration, the aircraft now had 3 defensive guns and a total crew of 4, with the nose gunner also acting as bomb aimer. The HE-59 entered Luftwaffe service as a torpedo bomber and maritime patrol aircraft in 1935. Photos suggest that at least some of the pre-production models were brought up to the standard of the HE-59B2. However, records and photographic evidence is pretty sparse on this, so it's very difficult to tell how many of these were actually upgraded. It soon earned a good reputation for its flight handling, being very easy to take off, fly, and land. However, it was still considered underpowered, and its range was somewhat limited at just 942 kilometers. This aircraft would see action relatively early in its career, with several units being deployed as part of Germany's Condor Legion during the Spanish Civil War. They were used for a mixture of night bombing and anti-shipping patrols, the latter having them equipped with a 20mm cannon in the nose in place of the machine gun. With production of the HE-59B2 established, Heinkel began work on more specialized versions. The first was the HE-59B3, which was a reconnaissance version that sacrificed a gunner position for camera equipment. The HE-59C2 was also without armament, but it was designed to accommodate 6 dinghies and the required equipment for air-sea rescue. By the outbreak of the Second World War, they had been used successfully in multiple rescue operations. Another reconnaissance version was later developed, designated the E2. 6 were built for long-range missions and had 3 advanced cameras installed. Various models of the HE-59 were also introduced for training purposes. The 59C1 was originally designed for reconnaissance, but was further lightened by stripping it of all weaponry and converted to a training platform. The 59D1 was similar to the C2 model used for sea rescue, but it was used for training pilots, radio operators, and navigators. More advanced training was given with the HE-59N, which had specialist radio equipment, and torpedo dropping was taught with the HE-59E1. By the outbreak of war in 1939, the bomber version had been withdrawn from service, being deemed too obsolete for any direct offensive roles. Due to this, the HE-59 was largely used for maritime reconnaissance and air-sea rescue, equipping squadrons on the coasts of the Baltic and the North Sea. During the early stages of the war, approximately 80 HE-59s were employed by the Luftwaffe, and whilst most were either in reconnaissance or air-sea rescue roles, there were also some specialised units. Early on, the Luftwaffe had foreseen the need to set aside a number of seaplanes for special duties, and a squadron had been formed in 1939 for the purpose of transporting small groups of soldiers to carry out amphibious attacks against hostile shores. 2 such minor operations were carried out during the invasion of Poland, but it was during the invasion of Norway that this unit proved its value. In the last 3 weeks of April 1940, the seaplanes were flown into numerous fjords to deliver parties of up to 50 soldiers, who then paddled ashore in dinghies to secure key objectives. Later, as the German army fought its way northwards, the HE-59s were used to deliver stores, mail, and medical supplies, as well as to evacuate critically wounded soldiers. Though successful in Norway, their most spectacular use was to be carried out on the first day of Germany's invasion of the Netherlands. A key objective on May the 10th was the capture of the twin bridges over the Maas at Rotterdam. At 7 AM that morning, 6 HE-59s flew in to deliver 120 assault troops and their dinghies. Though heavy fire brought down 4 of the planes, the troops were successfully disembarked and they captured their objective with the aid of paratroopers. Later that year, the HE-59 would become one of the lesser-known participants in the Battle of Britain. Scores of them flew rescue missions in the English Channel, picking up to down Luftwaffe pilots, a task that increased in frequency as the air war escalated. For these missions, the aircraft were painted white with red crosses, which would normally protect them from enemy engagement. However, it became known that some of these rescue planes were also radioing the location of British fighter patrols to German bomber formations, and their protection was subsequently revoked. Moreover, at least 2 of these planes were also shot down whilst laying mines in the Thames estuary, and it was noted that of the score of Heinkels shot down, there was scarcely a crew member who was actually qualified to render basic first aid, let alone deal with serious wounds. After the Battle of Britain petered out, the HE-59 continued to see operational duty until mid-1942, when it was finally retired from active service. Training models continued to be used for another 2 years, but most were either destroyed or too worn out to be of any use by the time of the Normandy landings. 4 aircraft were leased to the Finnish Air Force in 1943, but this was only a short-term affair, and they were returned to Germany after 4 months. None of these aircraft survived the war, and frankly there isn't a huge photographic record of them either, but their use as a somewhat aggressive ambulance and transport service gives an interesting history to what was otherwise a very uninteresting plane, and I hope you found it interesting as well. As always, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you all next time. Episode 3. The Curtiss P-36. In 1935, Curtiss Wright built one of the first of a new breed of sleek, all-metal American fighter aircraft. Though it had a pretty disastrous beginning and an uneventful service life with US pilots, it would go on to serve extensively overseas with a variety of countries in the lead up to and during the Second World War. We are, of course, talking about the Curtiss P-36 Hawk. In the early 1930s, the Army Air Corps had been forced to accept that the era of the biplane was drawing to a close. Despite being hobbled by the financial effects of the Great Depression, development had progressed on a new generation of bomber aircraft, the best examples being the Boeing B-9 and the Martin B-10. This put the Army in the rather embarrassing position of having bombers that were faster than their best pursuit aircraft. And while the Boeing P-26 sort of corrected this, its design was already considered outdated after only a couple of years of service, And so, in the spring of 1935, the Army opened a competition for the development of a modern pursuit fighter. The aircraft submitted by Curtiss was the Model 75. This was a departure from previous models, as the principal designer was Donovan Berlin, who had previously worked for Northrop. The Model 75 was a low-wing monoplane of all-metal construction, with the exception of the control surfaces, which were still fabric-clad. It was to have a fully enclosed cockpit with a sliding canopy, a fully retractable undercarriage with the main wheels slotting into the wings, and construction of the prototype began in 1934. At this time, it was a completely private venture by Curtiss, though they were expecting the Army Air Corps to announce a design competition at some point in the near future. As it turned out, their metaphorical crystal ball was almost accurate to the day, and the prototype took off in May 1935, the same month as the announcement of the competition. The prototype performed well during the initial tests, with the sole exception that its maximum speed was slower than expected. Its engine was an experimental 2-row 14-cylinder version of the Wright Whirlwind, dubbed the XR1670-6, and it would become a source of frequent mechanical headaches. Nevertheless, Curtiss were generally satisfied with their prototype, as was the Army, and it was sent to Wright Field to take part in the competitive trials. These trials took some time to get underway, owing to the lack of competing aircraft, and it turned out that the prototype submitted by Curtiss was the only one to actually arrive on time. The prototype developed by Seversky, considered the main rival for Curtiss, had been heavily damaged during a delivery incident and had to be returned for repairs, during which it was changed from a two-seater fixed landing gear fighter into a more competitive single-seat model with a retractable undercarriage. This would become the basis of the Seversky P-35. The only other major competitor was the almost completely unknown Northrop 2A, which remained unknown as during its maiden flight on July 30th, it took off, headed out over the Pacific Ocean, and promptly disappeared. The pursuit fighter competition was delayed to allow Seversky to rebuild their prototype. This prompted Curtiss to protest, claiming that Seversky were now being given an unfair advantage as they were now actively modifying their prototype rather than just repairing it. As a result, the competition was then further delayed until 1936, so that Curtiss could then make their own modifications. The experimental Wright engine was replaced with a 700 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R1535. However, concerns were soon raised about a potential lack of power, and the engine was changed again to a 950 horsepower 9-cylinder Wright Cyclone. During this delay, the opportunity was also taken to strengthen the canopy and adjust the fuselage behind the cockpit to improve rear visibility. Unfortunately, the new engine proved to be as cantankerous as the old one. No less than 4 engine changes were made during the trials at Wright Field, and the aircraft's top speed was still slower than expected. As a result of this, the Seversky prototype would win the competition, earning a contract ordering 77 models under the new designation of P-35. For Curtiss, the disappointment was actually short-lived. The Army Air Corps had reservations about Seversky's capacity to meet delivery requirements, and combined with the growing saber-rattling in Europe, they decided a backup aircraft was needed. And so on the 16th of June 1936, Curtiss received an order for 3 service test models of the 75B that were redesignated as the Y1P-36. The first of these was delivered to the Army in March of 1937. The main difference between the prototype and the test model were the change to the 900 horsepower Pratt & Whitney twin Wasp engine and further modifications to the rear cockpit to again further improve rear visibility. The Y1P-36 was a significant improvement over the original prototype, and it so thoroughly impressed the Army that it won a new pursuit fighter competition in 1937, and orders were placed for 210 production aircraft as the P-36A. This was the largest single order for military aircraft in the US since the First World War, but it would not be the only order Curtiss would receive. Indeed, most of the P-36 fighters produced would be the various export models. However, I'll cover the domestic versions first to keep things simple. The first production model, the P-36A, arrived at Wright Field in April of 1938. The 20th Pursuit Group, based at Barksdale Field in Louisiana, had been the intended first recipient of the new fighter, and expecting this, they had chosen to relinquish their old P-26s ahead of time. Unfortunately, upon arriving, the P-36s almost immediately encountered an extensive array of teething problems. Severe buckling of the metal skin was observed near the landing gear wells, which required adding reinforcements and thickening the skin. Engine exhaust difficulties threatened to either A. rob the aircraft of power, or B. threaten self-immolation, and despite fixes on the production line and in the field, numerous P-36s were repeatedly grounded. This was the cause for some embarrassment for both Curtiss and the 20th Pursuit Group, as at one point they were left with just 6 operational fighters between 3 squadrons, with many pilots lamenting the loss of their old P-shooters. Some of these problems took a considerable amount of time to fix, and by that time the P-36A was being relegated to the training role in the US. Development was considerably underway on the newer, more powerful P-40, which had taken the painful lessons of the P-36 to heart, and the only combat experienced by US P-36s was during the attack on Pearl Harbor, during which 5 were able to get into the air and shoot down a pair of Japanese Zeros. Attempts had been made to improve the P-36 in the US, but they didn't have much of an impact overall. A single P-36B was produced in 1938. It was fitted with a 1,100 horsepower supercharged twin Wasp to evaluate the engine's supercharged gearing, but it was eventually converted back to a P-36A at the conclusion of the tests. The last 30 models of the original order for 210 aircraft were converted to the P-36C. These had a 1,200 horsepower twin Wasp engine and an additional pair of 30 caliber machine guns mounted in the wings. Experiments were also made with a complete change of power plant. The XP-37 and the 13 subsequent test models were powered by the Allison V1710 liquid-cooled engine. The experimental prototype first flew in June of 1937, and the Army was very impressed by its performance. Unfortunately, it was a short-lived project. Problems around the supercharger led to multiple delays, and the high cost of each completed aircraft sealed its fate. So yes, overall the P-36 didn't have a very exciting life with the US Armed Forces, but it did significantly better overseas. A large number were exported to various countries around the world, and during World War II, many captured aircraft were brought into service with other powers. This led to one of the few occasions during the conflict in which American-built planes fought against other American-built planes. Early in 1937, Curtiss began development work on a simplified version of the Y-1 P-36 to be sold for export. Not all overseas customers enjoyed climates or budgets that were kind towards complicated aircraft, and sophisticated features like a retractable landing gear threatened all kinds of maintenance problems, and so the Model 75H was developed. In general, its construction was similar to that of the Y-1 P-36, but it had a fixed landing gear and a lower-powered engine of 875 horsepower. Emphasis was placed on ease of maintenance, rough field performance, and the aircraft's capacity to accommodate different types of engines and armament. The first overseas customer for this aircraft was China, who placed an initial order for 112 units at the end of 1937. These aircraft were retroactively designated as the Hawk 75M by Curtiss. It is unclear how many of these actually ended up in Chinese service, as only 30 Hawk 75Ms are accounted for in Curtiss records, with deliveries beginning in May of 1938. Tooling equipment and kits for an unspecified number of additional aircraft were also delivered, but there seems to be no record of any more aircraft actually being assembled. In total, 3 full squadrons of Hawks are known to have been operated, but they achieved little success against the Japanese forces, largely due to poor serviceability and the inadequate training of pilots and ground crews. The simplified version of the Hawk was also exported to a few other countries under different designations. Thailand operated the Hawk 75N, and Argentina operated the Hawk 75O. Argentina also required a license to manufacture the 75O domestically, with 20 units being built at a supposedly better standard than the export models that were delivered to them. Along with the simplified Hawk, Curtiss also exported production versions of the P-36A, with most of them going to European nations. The French Air Force would be the largest foreign operator of the P-36, and it was one of their most fielded aircraft at the time of the German invasion in 1940. French interest in the P-36 dated back to 1938, when the government entered into negotiations with Curtiss to supply them with 300 export models. The Hawk 75A was an export model of the P-36A, and could be sold with either the Pratt & Whitney Twin Wasp or the Wright Cyclone engine. Unfortunately, these negotiations were fraught with difficulty. The unit price asked by Curtiss was high enough to be considered insulting, and the Army Air Corps opposed the deal as they doubted Curtiss could meet both their own delivery requirements and those of the French. However, with Hitler eyeing off bits of Europe with the hunger of a bear in spring, the French need for military equipment was growing by the day. This was further compounded by development issues encountered in France with their own aircraft. And so, in mid-1938, an initial contract was signed for 100 units of the Hawk 75A1. This was partly made possible due to the personal intervention of President Roosevelt, who allowed the French test pilot a chance to fly the Y-1 P-36 and report his findings back to the French government. Between 1938 and the armistice between France and Germany, multiple orders were placed for the Hawk, and the design of the export model would be changed several times. In France, the name of Hawk was never used, and the aircraft were known simply as the H-75. Not counting for units lost in delivery, and those never assembled for combat, the strength of the French Hawks totaled 291 aircraft. They saw action within the first month of the war in Europe, with units from the Groupe de Chasse 2-4 shooting down a pair of Bf-109Es in September of 1939, claiming the first Allied aerial victories of the conflict. Generally, they were outclassed by the Bf-109, being neither as fast or as well armed, but their superior maneuverability and ability to take more punishment helped to even things out. During the fighting through 1939 and 1940, French pilots claimed 230 air-to-air kills and 81 probable against a loss of just 29 H-75s. Though potentially optimistic, it would mean that just over 1/3 of all French kills during the Battle of France were made by an aircraft that made up less than 1/6 of its single-seat fighter force. After the collapse of French resistance, the aircraft that had not escaped across the Channel were captured by the Luftwaffe. In fact, some of them had not even been assembled and were still in their delivery crates. These aircraft were taken back to Germany, where they were overhauled and refitted with German instrumentation before being sent to Finland. In total, the Finnish Air Force would receive 44 captured aircraft between 1941 and 1944. Most were French models, but 13 also came from Norway after the German invasion. The aircraft were well liked by Finnish pilots, who nicknamed it Susu, or Sweetheart, and they scored a truly remarkable ratio of 190 kills for the loss of just 15. Some of the Hawks would remain in France to be operated by the Vichy Air Force. In 1942, during the landings of Operation Torch, elements of these units would engage carrier-launched Grumman F4F Wildcats. It was one of the few occasions of the war where American-built aircraft would engage other American-built aircraft. The battle was rather one-sided, though, with the Hawks being considerably outclassed by their carrier-based opponents, and the battle ended with the loss of 15 planes against 7. After France, England would become the second biggest operator of the Hawks, but only as a result of the additional influx of French models in 1940. Based on several favourable trials, the British government briefly entertained the idea of ordering the Hawk for RAF service, but the order for units was never placed. In some respects, the Hawk turned out to be superior to the Mark I version of the Spitfire, a statement that is no doubt heresy in some aviation circles I know, but it's true. The RAE observed that in a diving attack at 400 miles an hour, the Hawk was superior to the Spitfire thanks to its lighter and well-harmonized controls. In dogfight conditions at 250 miles an hour, again, the Hawk wiped the Spitfire's eye by being more maneuverable and easier to control. Mostly because its elevators, unlike the Spitfires, weren't overly sensitive to the point of being a threat to the pilot's safety. However, the Spitfire won out thanks to its raw power and acceleration, which allowed its pilots to engage and break from combat at will, something the Hawk could not achieve. In RAF service, the impressed Hawk 75s from France would be renamed the Mohawk. In total, the RAF would find itself in possession of 229 planes, mostly French, but some also came from the Middle East and India. They were redesignated into 4 subvariants as the Mohawk Marks 1 through to 4. Early on, it was decided that they were not suitable for the European theatre, though a bit of wounded pride from the aforementioned tests may have influenced this decision, and the Mohawks were sent to South Africa and India. 5 squadrons of Mohawks were operated by South Africa, and 2 were operated by India. At one point, just 8 Mohawks provided the only fighter defense for all of northeast India, being kept mechanically operational by sheer willpower. And the fighter remained operational on the Burma front until finally being replaced by more modern fighters, including its successor, the P-40, in December of 1943. In total, the P-36 would be operated by no less than 14 different countries, mostly as an export, but sometimes as captured equipment. Records have them being operated by Argentina, Brazil, Britain, China, Finland, France, India, Iran, the Dutch East Indies, Norway, Peru, Portugal, South Africa, and Thailand. For an aircraft that started off with an appalling history of mechanical problems, the P-36 well and truly redeemed itself overseas, and a few models even managed to survive the war. Several surviving examples can be found around the world, including 2 airworthy models that are part of the fighter collection in Duxford. For Curtiss, the P-36 was a commercial success, with over 1,100 domestic and export models being built. But more importantly, its development, and the hard lessons learned from it, set a foundation for Curtiss to develop one of the most important fighter aircraft of World War II, the P-40 Warhawk. But that's a video for another day. As always, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you all next time. Goodbye. Episode 4. The Heinkel He-111 Zwilling. Germany produced some spectacularly unique aircraft during World War II. One of these creations was a giant transport glider called the Messerschmitt 321 Gigant. But that isn't the star of today's video. No, today we're going to be looking at the aircraft that was built to tow it, the equally strange Heinkel He-111 Zwilling. During the early stages of the Gigant's development, the Luftwaffe found itself in a bit of an embarrassing position. The Junkers Ju-90, the intended towing aircraft, was not powerful enough to safely tow the giant glider into the air. A solution was found in the terrifying form of having the Gigant towed by 3 Bf-110s and assisted by rockets for takeoff, an endeavour that was so complicated and dangerous that only the most experienced pilots were allowed to take part. Unsurprisingly, the aerial equivalent of an overweight sleigh being towed by a trio of explosive reindeer didn't sit too well with the saner members of the relevant authorities, one of whom was Ernst Udet, who was now the Luftwaffe's Chief of Procurement and Supply. Keen to not lose precious men and materials in numerous mid-air explosions, he approached Heinkel in the hopes of finding a different solution that could be implemented quickly and without great expense. This would bear fruit in 1941 when Udet paid a visit to Heinkel's factory, and together they stared longingly at a collection of He-111s that were under construction and thought, what if we stuck 2 of them together? When put in such simple terms, the idea sounds almost comical, but there were several strong arguments for such a design. Heinkel's initial calculations showed that the project could be realized in a relatively short time frame, as most of the design work was already done, and the only area that required major redesign would be the central wing section that connected the 2 fuselages. It would also be considerably cheaper to produce than a completely original design, as the required materials and equipment already had established production lines. The cost-saving advantage meant that the project received almost universal approval, and the design work was complete by August of 1941. Construction then immediately began on the prototype, which was built from a pair of existing H-6 bombers. This was all completed by Heinkel within 2 months, and it performed its maiden flight in autumn. Despite looking highly unorthodox, the prototype was praised by test pilots for its surprisingly good performance and handling, and it was ordered to Westland for official trials. During this time, a second airframe was also built for the trials, again from an existing pair of H-6 bombers. Both of them performed as expected, completing multiple tests, as well as performing a successful takeoff towing an Me-321 with a simulated payload. Even a forced landing incident, when the first prototype was ditched on the Westland Lake due to mechanical failure, did not do much to dampen spirits. The prototype was quickly repaired, and a production order for 40 HE-111Z1s was placed, with deliveries expected to be completed by early 1943. Compared with the prototype, there seemed to be little changes made to the design of the production model. Most of the units were built from H-6 airframes that were diverted from existing production lines. However, some were also built from the newer H-16 model as its production began to get underway in 1942. As mentioned earlier, the only completely new part of the assembly was the construction of the central wing section that was used to connect the two HE-111 airframes together. Seeing as this was the only thing holding the two airframes together, a lot of attention was paid to its structural integrity, and for this reason its construction was kept as simple as possible. It maintained a constant section thickness and depth, and it was connected at the points that would otherwise have connected a traditional wing to the HE-111 fuselage. When assembled, the two fuselages were spaced 12.8 meters apart, and the new total wingspan reached an impressive 35.2 meters. In addition to providing the dual functions of added lift and necessary connectivity, the redesigned center section also served to accommodate a fifth engine. Like many production HE-111s, the Zwilling would use 5 F2 versions of the Jumo 211, which provided a total power output of 6,700 horsepower. There was also talk of using the 41.8-litre BMW 801 as the fifth engine. However, sources indicate that this was only done as an experimental project, and it was never fitted to an operational airframe. As a result of the added engine and the requirement for all engines to be running on higher power to tow the heavy glider, the overall fuel capacity was increased. 2 fuel tanks were installed in the central wing, each with a capacity for 1,025 litres, and this brought the total internal fuel capacity up to 8,570 litres. The Zwilling was also designed to carry 4 600-litre drop tanks to further improve its range. The landing gear component of the aircraft was incredibly simple, as it was just twice that of a normal HE-111. It consisted of 4 main landing gear legs combined with 2 tail wheels, which meant that you now had a 6-point landing configuration, and that was it. Though there was now essentially double the plane, it would not require double the crew. The primary cockpit, navigation station, and most major instruments were concentrated in the portside fuselage. Only an additional set of flight controls and the most important instruments remained in the starboard side, and the Zwilling was designed to operate with a crew of 7. 4 were in the port fuselage: a pilot, the first engineer, a radio operator, and a gunner. 3 were in the starboard fuselage: a secondary pilot, who was mostly an observer, a second engineer, and another gunner. Due to the precarious personnel situation brought on by the surprise, or well, rather the shock, of Operation Barbarossa, Heinkel did not manage to complete the first 2 production aircraft until October 1942, but they eventually lumbered into service. Not long after this, it was found that the power of the 5 Jumo engines was only partially sufficient to get a fully loaded Me-321 into the air, owing to the odd decision of only testing the prototype with a partly loaded glider due to safety concerns. For lighter missions it was perfectly capable, but for heavy lifting it was once again decided to fall back onto rocket-assisted takeoff. 6 of these would be used in total, 2 under each fuselage and 1 under each outer wing. These would each add an extra 500 kilograms of thrust during takeoff, and once expended they were jettisoned with parachutes for easy recovery. The huge ME321 was suspended from a 150 meter long, 16mm thick steel cable. This branched out to connect to two couplings that connected it to the central wing section of the Zwilling. This was done to both reduce the total load stress and also reduce the risk to the Zwilling's control surfaces in the event of a cable failure. If there weren't any gigants to tow, the Zwilling was also used to tow the smaller, but still relatively chunky, Gotha 242 transport glider. It would often tow 2, and even on some occasions 3 at once, and it could do so for up to 10 hours at cruising speeds thanks to the additional fuel tanks. Though it was a singularly unique and impressive aircraft, the 111 Zwilling would not have a particularly long service life, and this was for a couple of reasons. The first was the cancellation of production orders. Tests had been conducted on refitting the ME321 glider with 6 powerful Rowan engines. The subsequent testing phase of the newly redesignated ME323 was so successful that only 10 production models of the Zwilling were built before the order was cancelled. The other reason was the Zwilling's main theatre of operation. Most of them were concentrated on the Russian front from January of 1943, and due to a lack of suitable landing sites, thanks to a combination of ice, mud, and hostile bears, they only saw limited use. Some of this did involve running resupply missions to the Kuban bridgehead, which it did pretty well, and sometimes to resupply Stalingrad, which it did less well, but these were few and far between. The Zwilling also saw some use over the skies of France and Italy, but with Allied air superiority growing by the day, the towing and resupply missions went from dangerous to downright suicidal. 1 aircraft was shot down over France, 3 over Italy, and the remaining 8 were all damaged on the ground at one point or another. By September 1944, with only 4 aircraft remaining, the decision was made to pull them from active service, and during the chaos of the final 18 months of the war, they were either cannibalized for parts or destroyed by Allied bombing raids. Though they were never built, there were also plans for 2 other versions of the 111 Zwilling. The Z2 version was to be a bomber capable of carrying a moderately heavy payload. This would come in the form of either 4 1800 kilo or 6 1000 kilo bombs, or alternatively it would carry 4 of the Heinkel 293 anti-shipping missiles. There was also talk of it carrying 2 large sea mines, but it doesn't seem like this was seriously considered. To cope with the added loads, the Jumo engines would be supercharged. However, initial calculations would soon come out with an estimated range of just 1,094 kilometers, and the project was ultimately dropped. The Z3 would share the same fate, but its cancellation was mostly as a result of the stoppage of construction on the Z1, which thus robbed the project of a potential testbed. It was designed as a long-range reconnaissance aircraft and was meant to have a range of at least 5,000 kilometers, thanks to a combination of internal and external fuel tanks. Further information on performance and armament, however, seems to be non-existent, as the project was cancelled very early on in the design phase. In total, only 12 of Heinkel's weird 111s would be built, and none of them would survive the war. The aircraft they had been built to tow, the ME321, would go on to be built in greater numbers as the ME323. Though deeply impressive in size, it would also have an equally painful service life, mostly thanks to the swarms of Allied fighters. But that's a story for another day. Episode 5. The Farman Heavy Bombers. In the 1930s, a series of heavy bombers were built by French manufacturer Farman. Though often forgotten, they were able to carry a remarkably heavy payload for the time, and were amongst the heaviest bombers in service at the start of World War II. Today, we're going to take a look at the series as a whole, as it can be considered one long continuation of a single design. And also because the record keeping for this aircraft in the 1930s was about as chaotic as the French government. In 1929, at the request of the air staff, a program was drawn up for a 4-engine night bomber, the intention being to replace the Liore and Oliver Leo 20, which had only entered service the previous year. This was done in response to a gradual increase in Franco-Italian tension, and although there was talk of a potential League of Nations memorandum that would prohibit large-scale bombing, an idea that remained in the realm of fantasy, the French weren't going to take any chances. The new bomber program called for an aircraft capable of carrying 2 tons of bombs over a range of 2,000 kilometers. In typical French fashion for the time, this program would change its requirements almost as much as the French government changed office, but through the administrative chaos, Farman Aviation Works managed to submit a proposal. Dubbed the F211, it was a high-wing monoplane of mixed construction. It was powered by 4 300-horsepower Gnome-Rhone radial engines that were suspended beneath the wing in tandem pairs. Struts connected them to the wing, and a curious pair of wing-like extensions connected them with the fuselage. Designed for a crew of 4, it would normally have a pilot, co-pilot, a nose gunner, who also acted as bomb aimer, and a rear gunner. The aircraft made its maiden flight on October the 19th, 1931, and in December it was presented to the Eligibility Committee for testing. During these tests, several problems were noted that made the 211 a poor choice as a heavy bomber. The controls, particularly the elevator, were very heavy. The center of gravity was too far aft, which made landing a somewhat terrifying experience. The wings had insufficient strength to prevent warping of the material. Its range was considerably shorter than predicted, a mere 900 kilometers, and the aircraft top speed of 195 kilometers an hour meant that even with a tailwind it was woefully slow. As a result of this, the aircraft was extensively modified in 1932. The front fuselage was lengthened to bring the center of gravity forward, the wingspan was increased from 23 meters to 25 meters, the wing itself was strengthened, and the engines were replaced by supercharged variants that gave 350 horsepower. The aircraft was then redesignated as the F212 and presented for testing in February of 1933. During these tests, it reached a top speed of 250 kilometers an hour and was able to reach an altitude of 3,500 meters in just 18 minutes. Though a significant improvement, Farman had realized that their aircraft was too small, and they abandoned development of the F212 and began work on the F220. Unlike the previous model, the F220 was of an all-metal construction, with the exception of the control surfaces. The fuselage and wings were constructed of a mix of steel tubular frames and girders, all of which was covered by a stressed metal skin. It was powered by 4 Hispano-Suiza engines that put out 600 horsepower, again arranged in tandem pairs, and these drove 4-blade fixed-pitch propellers. In terms of size, it was considerably larger than the 212, having a wingspan of 36 meters and a maximum loaded weight of 16 tons. With its nose vaguely resembling that of a greenhouse, the F220 took off for the first time on the 26th of May 1932, and following some modifications to its internal structure, the details of which are completely unknown but it was probably to add some sort of wine rack, it was admitted for testing the following year. One of these tests involved the unapologetically French requirement of landing 200 times on the cobbled strip at the town of East. All joking aside, the aircraft was actually lucky to even get there. En route, flying through the Rhone Valley, the aircraft began to experience wing flutter, and if anyone out there has experienced this firsthand, they know how terrifying it is. This particular incident became so severe that the pilots were forced to watch on in horror as the wing rivets started breaking free and scattering the French countryside. With the throttle excessively reduced, they were able to just make it to the landing strip before the airframe disintegrated around them. Following the incident, the F220 had all of its missing rivets put back in the correct place, along with a set of balancers for the ailerons. This seemed to mostly fix the fluttering issue, but the aircraft's image had soured in the minds of officials, and at the conclusion of the endurance tests, it was rejected as a bomber. Without a definitive use, in November 1934 it was converted into a long-distance mail carrier at the request of Air France, with Farman redesignating it as the F220B. It was equipped with additional fuel tanks in the place of bombs, though it kept the balcony-style nose, and it was fitted with new Hispano radiators to improve its long-distance endurance in hotter climates. After 333 hours of flight testing, it received its official certificate of airworthiness and was renamed Le Centaure. On the 3rd of June 1935, on loan to Air France from the French government, it made its first Atlantic crossing from Dakar to Natal in 14 hours and 52 minutes. During its commercial career, the Centaur made 24 South Atlantic crossings, the last one occurring on the 29th of June 1936. As no more models of the 220 were produced, and thus no source of spare materials, its life was doomed to be short, and after failing its inspection in August, it was retired. Though short-lived, the Centaur left its mark, and as a result of its performance, Air France ordered a more advanced version of the F220B to augment its slow fleet of mail carriers. Back on the bomber front, things had moved on to the F221. This was essentially an improved version of the 220 rather than a completely new design. It now had a trapezoidal tail, and the gunner's positions were enclosed under glass domes. The engines were swapped out for the more powerful Nomron 14 KBRS, which put out 730 horsepower. These engines also had reduction gears and were supercharged. Though more advanced than the previous design, Farman had made the odd decision of retaining the fixed undercarriage from the earlier models. The F221 made its maiden flight at the end of 1933. Unlike the previous iteration, it didn't try to shake itself apart en route to the testing grounds, and during the flight trials it impressed pilots by being able to land without flaps at less than 80 km an hour. The 221 so impressed members of the French Air Ministry that an order for 10 production aircraft was placed before the tests had even concluded. The production model of the F221 differed little from the prototype, the main exception being that they now came with improved versions of the engines that produced 800 horsepower each. This allowed them to carry a slightly heavier bomb load than originally designed, and depending on the mission, they could carry between 1.2 and 2.2 tons of bombs at an average speed of 290 km an hour. Ever in the pursuit of improvement, Farman quickly moved on to the next iteration. They built an improved version of the 221, which, amongst small airframe changes, featured more powerful engines again of 870 horsepower, and finally a retractable landing gear. This was presented as the F222-1, and was immediately approved for another production order of 10 aircraft. As a result of the improvements, Farman's bombers can now boast an operational load-carrying top speed of 325 km an hour and a range of 1800 km. They were delivered to 815 Bombardment Group in April of 1937 and were generally well liked by their crews. However, before these units had even arrived, the French government had already signed another 2 contracts for an order of 24 more bombers, and once again, these would come in the form of a new variant, this one being dubbed the F222-2. These new models received a marked dihedral on the outer wing sections to correct some lateral instability, and the front fuselage was lengthened by 88 cm and sloped to provide better visibility for the pilot. While the first 8 of these had the same engines as their predecessors, the other 16 were equipped with a more advanced version that featured improved cooling. Though there was no change in power output, it did mean that they could fly under higher power for longer. They also carried a heavier bomb load again, being able to carry 100 to 500 kilogram bombs for a total load of just under 4.5 tons. That's nothing to sniff at by 1930s standards. And depending on what is classed as a heavy bomber by various sources, France could be said to be the only European nation to have operational squadrons of heavy bombers at the outbreak of World War II. Though they would only drop leaflets during the Phoney War, the F-222s would be amongst the first to drop actual bombs on German territory, with over 133 tons being dropped in May 1940. Not long after this, in an interesting turn of events, one of those bombers would end up on British soil after being borrowed by French pilot James Denis, who wanted to evacuate himself and 20 of his comrades. After landing safely, he would go on to serve in the Free French Air Force, becoming an ace and shooting down 9 German planes. The last of Farman's big bombers to enter service was the F-223, which was later renamed to the NC-223 when the company was nationalised. Unlike the previous models, this one featured more radical design changes. The fuselage was significantly redesigned to both improve strength and reduce weight, and it now had a twin tail arrangement to improve its lateral stability. The prototype model had been built as a mail carrier back in 1937, as part of the request by Air France for a modern version of the old F221. But with Europe's stability teetering towards war, it was also evaluated for military use. This new aircraft marked a return to the Hispano-Suiza engine, and with a 6,000-litre fuel tank, it was hoped to further improve upon the F222 as a potential heavy bomber. These hopes were soon realised during an endurance trial, when it set a new record for carrying a 10-ton payload over a distance of 1,000 kilometres. As a result of this, orders were quickly placed for the NC-223-3. Along with being a highly evolved airframe compared to its predecessor, the 223 also had modernised equipment. The Hispano-Suiza engines were further upgraded to provide 1,100 horsepower each, it had a brand new pneumatic flap system, and it featured a Smith autopilot system. Its defences were also improved, with the two rear-facing machine guns being replaced by 20mm Hispano cannons. The first production model flew at the end of 1939, and the last of a 15-unit order was ready for flight by March of 1940. Though they weren't ready for service, that wouldn't happen until May. The reason for this delay was the defensive armament. At that time of the war, the Hispano cannons were classified as secret materials, and no relevant authority had been able to entrust any examples of the weapon for testing. As a result of this, the tests for the aircraft's defensive gun mounts had to be done with wooden mock-ups, which of course didn't account for the gun's weight. This meant that when the actual guns arrived, their mounts weren't suitable for them and had to be hastily redesigned. As a result of this, the 223 saw little action against Germany in the last weeks of the Battle of France, but it is notable for one particular mission. At midnight on June 7th, 1940, an impressed mail carrier variant of the 223, named Jules Verne, flew deep into Germany to drop the first bombs on Berlin. At this time, the 223 was the only aircraft in the Allied Air Forces that had the range for such an attempt. In charge of the mission was Captain Henry Dalliere. In Berlin, there was no blackout, so confident was High Command that the city wouldn't be bombed, so it was not difficult for his crew to spot their target. When they got close, he instructed the pilot to fly low as if they were making to land at Tempelhof Airport. They flew over it without incident and headed for Tegel. Their payload was 8 250 conventional bombs and a case of 10-kilo incendiaries. The heavy bombs were dropped from their bomb racks, but there was no such provision for the smaller bombs, and so the flight mechanic and bombardier tossed them out of the passenger doors by hand. After returning safely, and to much congratulation, their mission was repeated several days later when Henry and his crew bombed the Heinkel factory at Rostock. Though it created a lot of noise, the raids did little in the way of physical damage, but the real intention had been the psychological effects, though the effect was somewhat lessened as the German propaganda machine quickly moved into action and spun it as some sort of practice air raid. Aside from this, the French heavy bombers saw almost no service over Europe. On June the 16th, 7 were flown to North Africa for use against the Italians. However, 6 days later, the armistice between France, Germany and Italy brought their combat duties to a halt. The Luftwaffe took the prototype 223 for research purposes, and the other planes were put in service with the new Vichy Air Force. This lasted until the Allied invasion of North Africa in 1942, when Germany moved to occupy the rest of France. The Jules Verne met its end on November the 8th, when the French resistance burnt it to prevent it falling into German hands, and the remaining aircraft under Vichy control in Algeria were destroyed during the Anglo-American invasion. And so that brings to a close the somewhat brief, somewhat weird history of Farman's often forgotten heavy bomber. Episode 6. The Blackburn TB. During World War I, the aviation world was still in its infancy. Designers were still figuring out what did or didn't work, and this produced some interesting results. One of these was the twin Blackburn. In 1915, the British Admiralty was looking for a solution to the so-called Zeppelin menace. At the time, the airships of the German Army and Navy were casually floating through the British skies in relative safety, the power, climb rate and range of British fighters not being quite enough to get at them yet. As a result of this, the Admiralty issued a requirement for a two-seat plane capable of long endurance and an ability to reach an altitude of at least 12,000 feet. In terms of armament, this new aircraft was not intended to use guns to shoot down the Zeppelin. It would instead fly up and over the airship and bomb it. This would be achieved with the use of the Rankine incendiary dart, which when dropped would pierce the airship's outer envelope and ignite the explosive gas bags within. At this time, the Blackburn company was very new to the aviation field. Their main experience thus far had been building Farnborough-designed BE-2s and Sopwith Cuckoos, but they had rapidly developed a good working relationship with the Admiralty and felt confident enough to submit their first true military design. Known as the TB, or Twin Blackburn, it was a curious design, being a biplane that had not one but two fuselages. These were joined at the front by a 10-foot centre section and at the rear by a single large tailplane. From the outset, it was designed as a seaplane, and the fuselages were supported on the water by two pairs of floats on bungee-sprung mounts. These floats were set forward of the centre of gravity, and so a pair of small floats were also attached to the bottom of the tail to keep it out of the water. The two wings were arranged without stagger, constructed of spruce spars and ribs, and the ailerons were placed on the upper wing only. The upper wing also had a considerably greater span, and because of this it had to be braced using wired king posts. To make design and construction of the aircraft easier, and because they had the parts, the twin fins and rudders were taken from the BE-2, which was already being produced by Blackburn. The choice of a twin fuselage design had been made on account of the requirement for long range, as having two fuselages meant you had double the fuel capacity, and providing your engines were efficient enough, you would therefore have better range. This need for efficiency meant that Blackburn were very interested by the arrival of the American John W. Smith, who brought with him the design for a 10-cylinder radial engine, an engine he claimed that would only weigh 380 pounds and produce 150 horsepower, whilst maintaining a very low fuel consumption. Apparently, the Admiralty was in a generous, or desperate mood in 1915, for not only did they accept an unorthodox design from a company with almost zero military experience, but they accepted it to be powered by an engine that had never been used, or let alone tested on British soil. All in all, 9 of the TB biplanes were ordered, whilst Smith's new engine went through a rapid series of bench tests. Unsurprisingly, this new engine with fabled performance figures turned out to be pretty rubbish. When tested with an experimental AD Navy plane and a Vickers FB5, the Smith engine not only proved to be underpowered, but also pretty inefficient. And so 8 of the 9 TBC planes were completed with known monosapap rotary engines, and the 9th was fitted with 110 horsepower Clerjets. The first and last models of the production batch of 9 were sent to undergo trials at RNAS Isle of Grain in 1916. This proved to be a somewhat terrifying experience for test pilot J.W. Seddon and his observer E.W. Stedman, the latter of which actually recorded the experience in his memoirs. The pilot sat in one fuselage with all the flying and engine controls, while the observer sat several feet away in the other, with no controls except the starting handle for the engine on his side. Starting on the water needed discipline, courage, and agility, for a pool of excess petrol, which formed on the float when the engine was primed, promptly ignited when said engine fired. The observer's job during takeoff, in a scene that wouldn't be out of place in an episode of Dad's Army, was to lie on the lower center section and put out the fire on the pilot's side with an extinguisher, scramble into his own cockpit to start the second engine, and then leap out again to extinguish the second fire on his side, before finally getting in again for takeoff. Once in the air, and hopefully not on fire, the aircraft proved difficult to handle as the flexing of the wing caused the aileron cables to slacken, which resulted in an almost total loss of lateral control. This design flaw, though alarming, was soon fixed. However, there was still a disconcerting amount of relative movement between the fuselages caused by the flexing of the wire-braced centre section. Along with being uncomfortably wobbly, the TB was still underpowered, even with the new engines, only being able to achieve 2/3 of the desired power output. As a result of this, the military load had to be reduced to just 70 pounds of Rankin darts. Not that it ever got a chance to actually use its weapons against the Zeppelins. The first major problem was that the crew of the TB were limited to hand signalling for communication. Not an ideal arrangement when in action against enemy airships that, sometimes had guns on them. And the second problem was that of altitude. By the time the TB was complete, it was clear that the whole idea of attempting to attack approaching airships with bomber-type planes, which had little margin in the way of speed or maneuverability, was badly flawed, especially when it was then discovered that the airships could simply outclimb the planes by jettisoning ballast and going to an altitude above the plane's ceiling. And so, within a not too short time frame, the Admiralty realised that there was little use for the Blackburn TB. 4 were briefly used at RNAS Killinghome, where they terrified everyone, but by the end of 1916 they were all put in storage and eventually broken up as scrap in August 1917. I'd like to say that Blackburn's next attempt at a military aircraft was more sensible, but the 80 Sparrow was anything but that. However, that's a story for another day. Episode 7. The McDonnell XF-85. In the summer of 1948, a very unique aircraft took to the sky, or rather, was dropped into the sky. This was the McDonnell XF-85 Goblin. It was one of America's attempts at creating a so-called parasite fighter, and as far as designs go, it's one of the weirdest planes to be flown by any US pilot. During World War II, the huge formations of American bombers were protected by long-range escort fighters. As bomber technology developed and their effective range increased, the fighters could roughly keep up thanks to the addition of drop tanks. However, with the emergence of the first generation of jet fighters, there came a problem. They lacked the range to keep up with any of the heavy bombers. For reasons that usually involved explosions, aerial refueling wasn't quite far enough along in its development to facilitate that line of thinking. And so the US Army Air Force considered reviving the idea of the parasite fighter. These aircraft had seen some use in the 1930s and during the earlier parts of the Second World War, mostly by the Soviet Union. The United States had also dabbled with the idea of parasite fighters, but development work had been discontinued before their entry into the war, owing to the improved range of conventional planes. But, as the aforementioned new generation of jet fighters now had considerably shorter range, the concept was once again appealing enough to consider. And so, in early 1944, the Army Air Force directed the Air Technical Service Command to undertake studies on the idea, and invited industry manufacturers to submit concept proposals. Unfortunately, they didn't get many responses. Most manufacturers were busy producing conventional aircraft, or working on what they considered more promising projects, and many believed that the parasite fighter was a dead-end road in terms of development. This proved to be fortuitous for the relatively young McDonnell Aircraft Corporation, who were keen to expand their portfolio, as they were the only aircraft manufacturer to respond with enthusiasm. That being said, their initial proposal, the Model 27, was not well received. Unfortunately, no drawings of this aircraft seem to exist, so here's a pretty photo of a B-29 for the time being. Designed by a team led by Herman D. Barclay, the Model 27 was a small but rather conventional fighter that was meant to be carried partially within the belly of said B-29, or the newer and upcoming B-35 or B-36. However, the Model 27 was rejected in 1945 as the Army Air Force concluded that such a design would cause too much drag, and it was decided that any parasite fighter must be contained completely within the B-35 or the B-36. The B-29 at this point was removed from consideration as it was deemed hilariously too small.
Undaunted, McDonnell completely revised its parasite fighter design, and on the 19th of March 1945 submitted a proposal for the Model 27D. It was a diminutive aircraft with an egg-shaped fuselage, triple vertical tail surfaces, a tailplane with a pronounced anhedral, and vertically folding wings with 37 degrees of leading edge sweep. It was to be powered by a Westinghouse J-34 turbojet, and it was to be armed with 4 50 caliber machine guns mounted in the fuselage. Also, as a quick side note here, the wing sweep of this design was pretty adventurous for the time, as it both predated the acquisition of German engineering data post-war, and North Americans' recommendation for redesigning the original straight-wing XP-86. The only other major developer of swept-wing aircraft at the time had been Northrop, with their XP-56 and the XP-59. McDonnell's proposal for their new parasite fighter was received favourably, and in spite of the post-war gutting of military aircraft orders, they received an order for a static test model and 2 prototypes tailored for use with the B-36 on the 9th of October 1945. A wooden mock-up of the prototype was built in 1946. This included both a mock-up of the Model 27 and a modified version of the B-36 bomb bay that would house it. The Army Air Force conducted an inspection in June, after which the mock-up was accepted, with only minor modifications recommended to the oxygen stations in the bomb bay, and McDonnell began construction on the 2 prototypes in the latter half of 1947. Initially, the Model 27D was redesignated as the XP-85, but in 1948 this was changed to XF-85 and the aircraft was given the name Goblin by the Air Force, though some McDonnell personnel gave it the more affectionate nickname of Bumblebee. In parallel with the development of the XF-85, the Army Air Force, which in September 1947 became the US Air Force, planned that the 24th and subsequent B-36s would be capable of carrying 1 F-85 plus a bomb load, while some of the bombers would be modified to carry 3 fighters with no bomb load at all as a sort of floating aircraft carrier. Providing the test results of the 2 prototypes proved favourable, the US Air Force were prepared to place an initial order for 30 of the F-85 Parasite fighters. As far as designs go, and as a direct result of its unusual requirements, the XF-85 was almost as far away from a traditional fighter design as it was possible to be in the late 1940s. Indeed, almost everything about this plane can be considered weird in one form or another. In terms of operation, the XF-85 was designed to be launched and recovered from a retractable trapeze that would extend beneath the parent bomber. As a result, the XF-85 was not fitted with an undercarriage, but had a retractable hook in the fuselage, set forward of the cockpit, and for emergency landings it had a retractable steel skid beneath the fuselage, and its wingtips were protected by small steel runners. For moving the Goblin on the ground, a special 4-wheel transport dolly was built that allowed it to be transported from the hangar to the mothership or other testing facilities. As it would spend most of its time nestled in the steel bosom of a strategic bomber, the XF-85 only needed a combat endurance of 30 to 40 minutes. This meant that only a small, 420-litre fuel tank was required, though compared to the total size of the airframe, this would still take up a considerable amount of space. In fact, the arrangement was so compact that the centre of gravity would move several inches during the course of a flight as the fuel tank was drained. There are also some sources that give the fuel capacity as 720 litres, but for the moment I'm more inclined to go with the lower figure, as that seems to be the more dominant amongst various source materials that I could find. In terms of aerodynamics, the short length of the XF-85's fuselage reduced the effectiveness of the tail surfaces, and so McDonnell grew inventive with the flight control layout. To keep the XF-85 stable, more tail surface was needed, but having 1 or 2 very large tail sections would A. present all kinds of terrifying drag problems, and B. prevent the aircraft from fitting in the bomb bay of a B-36. In the end, 5 stabilizing surfaces were mounted around the rear of the plane. 4 were arranged in an X pattern, with the 5th as a vertical stabilizer. Continuing with the trend of weirdness, there was no traditional rudder on said vertical tail section. Instead, 4 so-called ruddervators were mounted on the other 4 stabilizers, which combined the functions of conventional rudders and elevators. These operated in pairs, with the upper right and the lower left working together, and vice versa. Though in an unusual departure to normality, there was nothing special about the control surfaces of the main wings, which had conventional ailerons for roll control. The trapeze system was equally unique as the fighter it was designed to carry. It had 3 sections. The upper 2 sections were hinged to hold the XF-85 level as the mechanism was extended, and a pincer-like stabilizing arm was mounted at the forward end of the lower portion to restrain the movements of the fighter whilst it was still attached. The trapeze mechanism was removable, and McDonnell was directed to ensure that it would take no more than 12 hours to remove the system and allow normal use of the B-36's bomb bay. The whole system was designed to launch the XF-85 from the parent bomber in less than 2 minutes once the bomb bay doors were open. To launch the fighter, the trapeze would fully extend. The pilot of the XF-85 would lower the wings and lock them in position and start his engine. The trapeze operator aboard the bomber would then release the pincer arms that kept the fighter in place. And finally, the pilot of the XF-85 would flick a switch that unlocked the head of the skyhook and the fighter would drop free. By the summer of 1948, the first prototype was almost ready for flight trials. Unfortunately, some butterfingers resulted in it being dropped in one of NACA's wind tunnels, damaging the nose, intake, and lower fuselage, and after a relatively short delay, the second prototype was hastily readied for use instead. Initial flight trials began on the 23rd of August. However, as no B-36s could yet be spared for testing, the XF-85 would be carried aloft by a specially modified B-29 Superfortress. This had a cutaway bomb bay, complete with the trapeze installation that was intended for the larger B-36. The first 3 test flights were simply captive flights, with the XF-85 performing the parasite part of its role to admiration and clinging onto the trapeze of the B-29 without incident. It was also lowered down into the airstream with its engine turned off to give the test pilot a feel for how it handled in the air. Piloting the Goblin was McDonnell test pilot Edwin Schock. He would be the only person to fly the XF-85, partly because he was one of McDonnell's best and most prolific test pilots, and partly because the aircraft's size meant that it couldn't be flown by anyone over 5'8". After the first 3 captive flights were completed without incident, Schock was ready for the first free flight of the Goblin. This was made on the 28th of August, when at an altitude of 20,000 feet and flying above the Muroc Dry Lake, the modified B-29 evicted its parasite, and Schock took the XF-85 for a 15-minute flight to evaluate its handling characteristics. Despite looking like a squashed melon with fins stuck on the side, the XF-85 was reported to be surprisingly stable, and it responded quickly, but not dangerously, to the controls. Indeed, it handled so well that it could almost come as a surprise that the project was cancelled. But then came the moment of reattachment. Hooking onto the mothership was perhaps one of the most terrifying things that any pilot could experience in 1948. On its own, lining up the skyhook with the trapeze was difficult enough. As mentioned before, the controls were somewhat sensitive. But then there was the added problem of the incredibly turbulent air beneath the parent B-29. In the process of reattaching, the XF-85 was caught in this violent turbulence, and struck the trapeze with such force that it shattered the canopy and ripped off Schock's helmet and breathing mask. Thankfully, he managed to regain control of the aircraft and safely performed an emergency landing on the dry lake bed below, but it was a worrying start. Following its repairs, the prototype made 3 more flights on the 14th and 15th of October 1948, with successful recoveries using the hook and trapeze. However, each of these attempts required the full concentration and effort of an experienced test pilot to avoid disaster, and on the 4th flight, Schock had to again make another emergency landing, courtesy of the severe turbulence. Notwithstanding the addition of auxiliary vertical surfaces at the wingtips to improve directional stability whilst flying through the turbulent air, the sixth flight also ended with a landing on a dry lake after another heavy impact with the trapeze. The same fate also awaited the first prototype, when, on its first and only flight, it also headbutted the mothership and had to commence an emergency landing. In spite of this, the favourable comments regarding its stability, control, and spin recovery prompted McDonnell to remain confident about the XF-85, and it was hoped that a redesigned trapeze system might make the docking process easier. To Air Force personnel, however, it was obvious that even with major improvements, the Goblin was still going to be quite the handful for the average pilot, as even the best will in the world couldn't magically make the prop wash of a B-29, let alone a B-36, simply disappear. This, combined with the waves of funding reductions that began in the autumn of 1949, made it increasingly difficult to justify further development work on the XF-85. The final nail in the coffin was the realization that foreign interception fighters were now in development with performance figures that far outclassed the XF-85. And so, after accruing just 2 hours and 19 minutes of flight time, McDonnell received a termination notice for the XF-85 program. Thankfully, for aviation enthusiasts everywhere, these aircraft did not go to the scrap heap. The first prototype is on display at the National Museum of the United States Air Force in Ohio, and the second is on display at the Strategic Air and Space Museum in Nebraska. Their survival can partially be owed to their extreme uniqueness, but also to the fact that lessons learned from their development were applied to the development of the Republic RF-84K Thunderflash, which itself saw limited use as a parasite reconnaissance aircraft as part of the FICON program. But that is a story for another day.
Episode 8. The Vickers 161.
In the interwar period, and indeed during World War II itself, numerous attempts were made at designing an aircraft that could attack a formation of bombers from below. Of these attempts, the Vickers Type 161, also known as the Cow Gunfighter, was perhaps one of the weirdest. In the late 1920s, members of the British Air Ministry were divided on the topic of bomber formations, specifically how to attack them. One group was of the firm belief that large formations of bombers would always need escort fighters. The other believed that bomber defences were becoming sufficient enough that large, organised formations could provide enough defensive fire between them. Understandably, the Air Ministry assumed that the same kinds of arguments were likely happening across the Channel in France and Germany. This in turn meant that they had to plan for the possibility of engaging large, unescorted formations of bombers in a hypothetical war in the future. As these hypothetical bomber formations would be unescorted, they could afford to develop an interceptor with a focus on outright firepower rather than maneuverability. This resulted in the issuing of Specification F29/27, which called for an interceptor capable of carrying the 37mm Coventry Ordnance Works cannon, often known simply as the Cow Gun. Along with being able to carry said gun, the aircraft also needed to be able to rapidly overtake an enemy aircraft flying at 150 miles an hour at 20,000 feet in the shortest possible time, and maintain enough stability to serve as a stable gun platform. This stability was especially important as the gun would be in a fixed firing position, firing up at an elevation of at least 45 degrees. To reduce complexity, reloading would not be necessary, as the gun would be fed by a loading system that held 50 shells. Tenders for this specification were issued to several aircraft manufacturers, one of them being Vickers. Their design, dubbed the Type 161, was one of the most unorthodox and was a callback to the early single-seat pusher fighters of the First World War. Though that might make their design sound archaic, it was, in many ways, ahead of its time. Broadly speaking, this sort of design would feel a lot more at home during the jet era, discounting the fact that it was a biplane. What Vickers had designed was a plane that had a nose-mounted cannon, a pilot positioned far forward, a central engine within the confines of the fuselage, more or less, and one that provided its thrust in a pusher configuration. Its uniqueness certainly caught the attention of the Air Ministry, who eventually rejected 4 of the 7 proposals they received. They took great interest in the structural design of Vickers' new plane, which, amongst other innovations, included concealed control wires that were carried inside the tubular tail booms for added protection. As a result, a contract for the production of a prototype model was granted, and it was completed at the end of 1930. It was built as an unequal span biplane. The wings were arranged with a heavy stagger, had a tubular support structure, and were clad in duraluminum. Support with the fuselage was provided by single-tube K-struts in a 2-bay arrangement, and the wings themselves were connected by 2 pairs of I-struts. To produce the high amount of climb required, they were built with a high aspect ratio, and to prevent this causing interference between the upper and the lower wings, the gap between them was kept as wide as possible. As the upper wing also had to be kept relatively low on account of the cannon, the Type 161's wing configuration looked especially weird upon its completion. The central fuselage behind the engine was not really a fuselage. It was in fact a large fuselage-like fairing, with the actual tail support being provided by the twin tail booms. To improve aerodynamics and streamlining, the propellers were mounted in a spinner fairing that matched the slope of the profile of the fairing that connected to the tail. This would prove to be a good move, as eventual tests with the National Physical Laboratory showed that it added a few extra miles an hour to the plane's top speed. The pilot and cowgun were housed in a metal monocoque nacelle. This had a smooth outer skin with a corrugated inner skin riveted directly to it. This was done to withstand the severe shocks expected from the big gun, which, for the time, was certainly on the larger side of things in terms of armament for this sort of aircraft. The combat strategy for using said gun was to fly up and under a formation of bombers, hope that they don't notice the interceptor and scatter, and then unload high explosive shells into their weak undersides. An optimistic strategy perhaps, but one that was being pursued nonetheless. In January 1931, the aircraft flew for the first time. On the whole, it went well, but some modifications were made to improve its elevator and yaw stability. Around this time, it was fitted also with elevator trim tabs that could be adjusted in flight, which would mark one of the first appearances of such a device. Further flight trials resulted in other modifications, which included a broader chord rudder, a new tail skid shoe, alterations to the geometry and gearing of the trim tabs, and the addition of small fins near the extremities of the tailplane. Eventually, the aircraft was sent to Martlesham Heath for evaluation trials in September. Apart from a couple of incidents, such as a loose propeller fairing and broken wires in the tail boom caused by loose stones thrown up by the propeller, the trials were without incident, and Vickers' aircraft was reviewed favourably by its pilots. The gun was fired in armament trials without much noticeable effect on the airframe and flying performance. However, the gunnery trials did reveal that the overall workload on the single crew member was a bit much. The gun-plane combination was sighted to its target using a periscope sight. This sight was mounted on the left side of the control panel. The gun itself kept the pilot company on the starboard side of the cockpit, complete with its huge automatically fed ammunition clips, which were stored in racks. This meant that not only did the pilot have to navigate the plane underneath a formation of bombers, all the while hoping that they don't take notice, but he would then have to keep it steady whilst simultaneously having his right eardrum blown out by a bovine-themed cannon, attempting the aerial equivalent of a raking fire. This migraine-inducing complexity was probably the main reason why further development of the Type 161 was stopped. However, the concept of an interceptor mounting upward-firing guns would live on, though the cowgun would never be implemented in such a configuration. With hindsight, and considering the later development of proximity fuses, it can be argued that night fighters with that sort of armament could have delivered some heavy blows during the Battle of Britain, but that will always remain a speculative what-if. Despite its failure, the short-lived development of the Type 161 would set the Air Ministry down the path towards another weird but more iconic interceptor, the Bolton Pool Defiant.
Episode 9. The Savoia Marchetti S55.
The Savoia Marchetti S55 was one of the weirder flying boats to enter service during the interwar period, but despite its strange looks, it was actually very successful, and it enjoyed a large production run, especially when compared to other flying boats at the time, and frankly, it looked really cool. It was first conceived in 1923, when the Regia Marina and the newly formed Regia Aeronautica were looking to expand their capabilities. Part of this included the ability to project Italian air power over the Mediterranean. Italy's main rival in this naval theatre, Britain and France, both had sizable fleets, and so the need arose for an amphibious aircraft capable of torpedo bombing, conventional bombing, and mine-laying. In response to this need, Savoia Marchetti submitted the highly original design that would become the S55. The design featured twin hulls that were separated almost 15 feet apart, a thick 3-section cantilever wing with the cockpit located in the central leading edge. It would be powered by 2 engines arranged in a tandem configuration above the wing, and the tail was supported by twin booms that connected to both the wing and the twin hulls for added support. The twin hulls were made from wood, with the frames in a mix of poplar, walnut, and ash, while the double planking was predominantly made from cedar and plywood. Between these 2 layers of planks was a layer of cloth that was covered in a special waterproof putty, and all of this combined to make an extremely seaworthy structure, both waterproof and stable. The twin hull arrangement also removed the need for balancing floats to be attached further out on the wings, which would help with streamlining. The central section of the wing was by far the most important part of the airframe, not only because it connected the twin hulls, but it also housed the pilot's cockpit, supported the huge struts that held the twin engines in place, and it also carried the aircraft's payload underneath. As a result of this, it was heavily reinforced, with several spars being made integral to the upper structure of the hulls and extending throughout the entire span of the wing itself. Designed to operate with a crew of 5, or more probably 6, the S55 normally had 2 pilots in the central cockpit, a rear gunner in each of the twin hulls, and a bomb aimer in the portside hull. The hypothetical 6th crew member was an engineer who would maintain the engines during flight. This is not mentioned in any of the sources I have found except one, which happens to be the official aircraft manual that was issued by the Ministry of Aeronautics. However, the entire book is in Italian, and while it does not specify a total number of crew members, as this was an operating and maintenance manual, it does allude to a so-called engine driver's station. This, combined with the location of the engines themselves, would make sense. As the engines were mounted above the wing, access to them was granted by a watertight hatch that was located behind the cockpit. And so it would make sense that an engineer of sorts should be able to service the engines during flight. Initially, the S55 was designed to be powered by a pair of Lorraine Dietrich engines that produced 400 horsepower each. The raised arrangement of these engines was popular amongst designers of flying boats at the time, as it A. kept the equipment as far away from seawater as possible, and B. completely reduced the risk of the propeller kicking up or getting caught in said seawater. It did, however, mean that the 2 pilots now had a spinning propeller above their heads at a proximity that would make modern health and safety officials apply for emotional counselling, but as there are no records of decapitated pilots, we can assume the system was safe enough. In terms of ordnance, the S55 was designed to carry all of its offensive payload under the central wing section, as mentioned earlier. According to the official manual, it could carry the following: a single 800kg naval torpedo, or a single 800kg high-explosive bomb. It could also carry a pair of 500kg bombs, or 4 250kg bombs, or 8 104kg bombs. The release of the payload was done electronically or mechanically by a control panel operated in the portside hull. This also featured a modern, self-contained aiming system that could be operated by day or night against moving or stationary targets. The prototype model of the S55 was completed at some point in early 1925, and after initial test flights, it was sent for evaluation trials. These trials included testing the aircraft at its empty and its maximum loaded weights, with a top speed recorded of 131 miles an hour in the air and a landing speed on water of 56 miles an hour. Its water handling characteristics received universally high praise, and its ruggedness and stability in heavy seas vindicated the decision to go with the twin-hull design as opposed to a single hull. The only area in which the S55 struggled was climbing. It wasn't atrocious, but it wasn't exceptional either, taking 16 minutes to reach an altitude of 10,000 feet, and a full hour to reach its surface ceiling of 16,400 feet. In the following 12 months, this problem was somewhat rectified with the installation of two 500 horsepower Isotta Fraschini V12s. The fuel load was also increased, which slightly reduced the top speed for the benefit of a significantly greater range, and with these new performance figures, the Regia Aeronautica was ready to place the first of its production orders in 1925. However, the S55's fame would not come from its military career. Commercial variants of the S55, known as the 55C or 55P, were already being built and were operating on two different commercial routes across the Mediterranean. However, in 1925, the original prototype set 14 world records for speed, altitude, payload, and most importantly, distance. This convinced Savoia Marchetti that their aircraft could be well suited for transatlantic flights, and this would lead to the record-setting journeys that the S55 is best known for. In 1927, Francesco De Pinedo, an Air Force officer and a vocal advocate for the seaplane, would embark as part of a three-man crew on what would be known as the Four Continents flight. Starting on February the 13th, his S55, which had been dubbed the Santa Maria, took off for the first leg of a journey that would eventually cover 4 continents and 29,000 miles. Most of the journey was completed without incident, although unhappily the Santa Maria was burnt to a crisp on an artificial lake in Arizona, courtesy of a carelessly discarded cigarette. However, a replacement was sent by ship from Italy, and the Santa Maria II flew across the eastern United States and Canada before returning to Italy. Despite being an unarmed version of the military variant and not a dedicated commercial model, the Santa Maria's success was a great boost for the possibilities of a transatlantic commercial service, something that was of great value from both an economic and propaganda perspective to the Italian government. And as a result of this, further ambitious flights were attempted. The improved S55A would be the next to make headlines. This model featured 800 horsepower Isotta Fraschini W18 engines, a new top speed of 147 miles an hour, and an improved range of 1,200 to 2,100 miles depending on its configuration. 12 of these new aircraft made a 6,500-mile mass flight from Rome to Rio de Janeiro in 1930, with the flight being led by Air Marshal Italo Balbo. This flight would be overshadowed 3 years later by the North Atlantic crossing of 24 planes for the occasion of the Chicago World's Fair. For this, an aerodynamically refined model, the S55X, was used. Changes included much smoother hulls and engine cowlings, fairings at the joining of all major components, and new 3-blade all-metal propellers. Although identical in weight to the S55A, the new model can now reach a top speed of 174 miles an hour with a range of 2,794 miles. One S55X crashed at Amsterdam on the outward journey, and another at the Azores on the return flight. But thanks to the provision of a backup, 24 S55Xs still made triumphant arrivals at Chicago and New York. This flight, more than any other single accomplishment up to this point, propelled Italy to a new level of prestige in the field of aviation during the 1930s. Besides the more spectacular long-distance flights, the S55 had a long career with the Regia Marina, serving for more than 10 years. Although 13 aircraft were listed as available in 1939, the S55 had by that time reached the end of its service life and was withdrawn from service before the hostilities began. As a result, none of them would ever see any wartime service. However, this isn't quite the end of this aircraft's story. As a result of the S55's early long-distance triumphs, development work began on a larger model that was aimed directly at commercial travel rather than being a converted military plane. This resulted in the S66. The S66 was generally similar to the S55, although it was considerably larger and was powered by 3 engines rather than 2. Much to the relief of the pilots, these were arranged in the pusher configuration, which kept the spinning propeller blades well clear of the still open cockpit. Built as a 14-passenger commercial flying boat, the S-66 went into service in 1932 on the Rome-Cagliari-Tripoli route, as well as one running from Rome to Alexandria. Later on, thanks to the addition of more powerful 700 horsepower engines, the passenger capacity was increased to 18, and it had a top speed of 164 miles an hour. Not a great deal is known about the S-66. However, 24 are known to have been built, and they were operated as civil transports from 1932 to 1939. After this, at least one was impressed by the Air Force for air-sea search and rescue operations, but not much is known apart from that. Finding source material on these planes has been especially difficult, and it looks like there just isn't much left on them in terms of records. However, one example of the S-55 still exists today, which is nice, as I think it's a rather good-looking plane despite its weirdness. It is located in Brazil. Indeed, it was used for the first crossing of the South Atlantic by Brazilian pilots, but its fate has been shrouded in doubt as the TAM Museum faced financial problems in 2016. However, it now looks like after a stint in temporary storage, it will be going into a brand new hangar in the near future for the public to be able to see again. Savoia Marchetti weren't the only ones making weird and wonderful flying boats in the interwar period. In fact, there are some truly adventurous examples out there that I plan to cover, but those, of course, are videos for another day.
Episode 10. The Grumman Duck.
In 1929, the Loaning Aeronautical Company was taken over by Curtiss Wright. The new owners wanted to move the company and its production facilities to Pennsylvania. However, a small group of Loaning employees didn't feel like uprooting their lives and moving across the country. 5 individuals, Leroy Grumman, Julius Holpit, Albert Loaning, William Schwendler, and Jake Swerble, chose to remain and formed the Grumman Aircraft Engineering Corporation. Unlike some manufacturers, who started on unsteady financial ground, Grumman would have an easier beginning. It was completely and privately financed by Grover Loaning, who also provided the manufacturing rights to the Loaning retractable landing gear hull and the float designs. This secured an early line of cash flow, along with their first Navy contracts, and this allowed Grumman to develop and produce the Model A and Model B floats, which equipped the Vought O2U and O3U observation planes. These early production runs allowed the company to develop its facilities, which led to the development of their first fighter, the FF, and they were soon approached about the development of an amphibious aircraft as well. In 1931, the US Navy reassigned the letter J as the designator for a new type of general utility aircraft. Previously, J had been used solely for transports. These new utility aircraft would be purpose-built for deployment with utility flights aboard carriers, at shore bases, and attached to special utility vessels. The first design received by the Navy would not come from Grumman, however. The newly relocated Grover Loaning Aircraft Company submitted a privately developed design called the X02L1. This shared many of the design features of Loaning's earlier models, but in general it was more streamlined and modernized. The US Navy tested Loaning's prototype in 1932, and it received high praise, but Grover Loaning had no production facilities to meet the Navy's requirements. It was then that the Navy approached Grumman, who had now already established production of their FF fighter, to redesign the prototype and submit their own proposal. Grumman quickly completed preliminary design work, and a prototype was ordered under the designation XJF-1. It was designed as a compact, single-bay biplane which had a crew of 2 seated in tandem. It featured a fully enclosed canopy, something that was finally becoming more commonplace in aircraft design, and it could also accommodate 2 passengers seated side by side in the rear of the float. Access to this compartment was through a set of folding doors in the floor of the rear of the cockpit, as the float was fed into the fuselage in a style typical of loaning designs. Being an amphibian, it also featured a traditional landing gear. The main landing gear retracted into the float, and the tail wheel, along with its housing, doubled as a water rudder. Meanwhile, for carrier operations, it had an arrestor hook that extended down from the rearmost section of the fuselage. Power would be provided by a Pratt & Whitney Twin Wasp, which was a 14-cylinder radial engine that was rated at 700 horsepower. Though later models would be unarmed, the prototype was designed to carry a 30 caliber machine gun, which was operated from the rear cockpit, and a single 100-pound bomb could be carried under each of the lower wings. The XJF-1 was completed by April of 1933, and flew for the first time on the 24th, taking off from a grass field in front of Grumman's Long Island factory. It was then delivered to the Naval Air Station in Washington, D.C. for flight evaluations on the 4th of May, 1933. These evaluations passed without any major problems, and the only minor redesign work that resulted from them was to the vertical tail surfaces. Evaluation flights had revealed some longitudinal instability, and while it wasn't horrific, its effects would be exasperated in poor weather conditions, especially when it came to carrier operations. The tail surfaces were thus redesigned into a broader, squarer shape, and upon returning for follow-up examinations, the prototype was accepted, and what would become known as the Grumman Duck was ordered into production. Full production began at the start of 1934, and the first JF-1 entered service at the Naval Air Station in Norfolk, Virginia, during May of 1934. Several iterations of the Duck would be developed over a short period of time, and as a result of this, only 27 of the original JF-1s would be produced. Many of these would serve with the Marine Corps starting from February 1935. In total, JF-1s serving with VJ-1 Utility Squadron would be attached to USS Wright, USS Saratoga, USS Lexington, USS Ranger, and USS Heron. JF-1s were also present at fleet air bases in the Canal Zone, Pearl Harbor, and the Philippines. While the provision for offensive and defensive armament was retained with the JF-1, most operating aircraft had this removed, so that an additional crew position for a radio operator could be added instead. Along with the JF-1, production had also begun on the JF-2, which had been specifically ordered for use by the US Coast Guard. These were built from the outset as unarmed aircraft, and could be easily identified by the loop antenna of their radio direction finder. The only other major differences between the JF-2 and the JF-1 was the removal of the arrestor hook and a change in engine, with the newer model powered by a 9-cylinder Wright Cyclone. This engine was smaller than the Twin Wasp, but produced the same amount of power. In total, 15 of the JF-2s would be built over the course of 1935, and they would be operated across various coastal states on the US mainland, as well as Hawaii and Alaska. As production on the initial model of the Duck was winding up, a final variant was also built. A batch of 5 JF-3s were built for Navy and Marine Corps Reserve units in 1935. Again, these were now powered by a 9-cylinder Wright Cyclone, though it now produced 750 horsepower instead of 700, and they were delivered without arrestor hooks as well. When the last of these were delivered by Grumman, production was halted so that modifications could be made to the aircraft's overall design. Not long after the first JF-1s had been delivered for the Navy, it was realised that with some design changes, though none of them were considered major, the Duck could be used for target towing, smoke laying, medical transport, or reconnaissance duties. Though it wasn't a complete redesign, enough changes had been made that the new design differed from the JF series enough to receive the new designation of J2F. The J2F series of Duck carried additional equipment in light of its new multi-role design, but with the exception of having the float extended by an additional foot and the change of power plant, the airframe itself remained largely unchanged. The first J2F-1 flew on the 3rd of April 1936, and was delivered for full evaluation the same day. During that year, a production run of 21 units was ordered, and like the original JF-1, these were equipped with a 30 caliber machine gun and provisions for wing-mounted bombs. This order was complete in 1927, but like its predecessor, the J2F would be delivered in a number of variants, and this first production order was not only one of the smallest, but just one of many. 1938 saw the arrival of the J2F2, of which Grumman received an order for 30 planes. These were built mostly for the Marine Corps, and were powered by a 790 horsepower version of the Wright Cyclone, and instead of a 3-blade, they drove a 2-blade propeller. The J2F3 was another unarmed version of the Duck. This model was built for US Navy attachés and the Commandant of the US Naval Academy. Outfitted for VIP use as so-called Admiral's barges, these were recognisable for their dark blue and silver paint scheme. 20 of these were built, but aside from that, not much is known about them. Production numbers grew rapidly in 1939 and 1940. With the threat of war looming closer, America established new military outposts along its maritime borders. The Duck was well suited to operate from these improvised bases, which were usually shallow inlet facilities that sometimes had nothing more than a simple docking ramp. In September 1939, production of 32 J2F4s began. This variant was almost identical as the previous models, with the exception of some slightly modernised equipment in the cockpit. The final model of the Grumman-built Ducks was the J2F5, and the first of a 144-unit production order arrived in July 1941. These now had a more powerful 950 horsepower version of the Wright Cyclone, and the engine cowling was broadened to cover the oil cooler for added protection. It was also designed to carry a greater payload, being able to carry 325-pound depth charges for maritime patrol duties. As the war escalated, the US Navy needed Grumman to aid in the production of torpedo bombers and fighters. As a result of this, production of the J2F was transferred to the Columbia Aircraft Corporation based in Long Island. The Columbia-built variant was known as the J2F6, and they built 330 units over the course of the Second World War. In total, 584 models of the J2F would be built, with the majority being the J2F5 and the J2F6. Though many were retained at bases in the United States or away from the front during the war, some Ducks operated by the Marines and the Navy distinguished themselves in the Pacific, and in one notable event, a J2F5 evacuated several VIPs from the Philippines, one of whom was Carlos Romulo, who would later become the president of the Republic of the Philippines. After the war, some Ducks were taken from surplus and overhauled for Arctic operations as the OA-12, a name taken from a single Duck that was used by the Army Air Force during the war. These Ducks were assigned to the 10th Air Rescue Squadron as part of the Alaskan Air Command, and they were operated well into the 1950s. Though often forgotten, or simply not mentioned, the Duck also saw some service overseas as Grumman's first export aircraft. Between 1937 and 1959, Argentina would operate 44 aircraft of various models. Some were ex-US Navy models, but some were also purpose-built for export and designated as the G-15 and the G-20. The acquisition of the Ducks had facilitated the creation of the first true naval observation squadrons for the Argentine Navy. They formed the eyes of the fleet during a time when radar-equipped ships did not exist, and then later on when they were absent. Ducks were also acquired by Colombia and Mexico, the former acquiring 3 and the latter 2. No records exist for the Colombian models, but it is recorded that the Mexican Ducks served in the Veracruz region from 1947 until 1951. A number of Ducks went into civil use after the war in the US. Some appeared in films and TV shows, some were used to ferry businessmen from Long Island to Wall Street, and some were even used as firefighting aircraft. For this reason, a number of various Ducks survive today, all of them being found in the United States. As far as early design goes, the Duck was a huge success for Grumman, and it helped them establish a relationship with the US Navy that led to the development of several iconic aircraft. Some of these would become the backbone for naval air power during the Pacific War, and some would become Cold War legends. But those are all stories for another day.
Episode 11, the Mitsubishi A5M. The Navy Type 96, also known as the Mitsubishi K14, and known more commonly in the West as the A5M Claude, was a Japanese carrier fighter built in the mid-1930s. It was the product of a modernization program to reduce Japan's dependence on foreign equipment, and it would become the world's first monoplane carrier fighter to enter service. In February 1934, the Aviation headquarters for the Imperial Japanese Navy issued a new specification for a single-seat fighter. The document, known as Specification 9 Shi, did not specify that it should be a carrier-borne fighter, just that it should be a fighter. Several influential officers, of whom Lieutenant Commander Hideo Sawai was the most vocal, believed that aircraft designed from the outset to operate from carriers had performance defects, and that any fighter must be developed to be the most effective combat aircraft it can be first, and only then would it be modified for carrier operations. Because of this, the 9 Shi specification only quoted the performance requirements. The new fighter must 1. Have a maximum speed of 350 km an hour at 3,000 meters, 2. Climb to 5,000 meters in 6.5 minutes, 3. Have a wingspan and length not exceeding 11 meters and 8 meters respectively, and 4. It must have an armament of 2 7.7mm machine guns. Under the direction of Jiro Horikoshi, Mitsubishi's team began work on a new prototype to meet these requirements. The prototype, soon to be designated the KA-14, was built around a light alloy monocoque with a flush-riveted aluminium stressed skin. Special attention was paid to aerodynamics and streamlining. A thin wing profile was selected, the fuselage was given as small a cross-section as possible, and although a fixed undercarriage was used to save weight, it was covered by streamlined fairings. The KA-14 was powered by a Nakajima Kotobuki 9-cylinder radial engine. It featured a reduction gear and was rated at 550 horsepower for takeoff and 600 horsepower at cruising altitude. It was selected over Mitsubishi's own engine, the A4, as it was lighter without suffering any loss to performance or endurance. The most recognizable feature of the KA-14 was of course the elliptical inverted gull wing, which when viewed from head-on can be compared to a W in shape. In the case of the KA-14, this wing shape was chosen as it was used in a previous specification to improve cockpit visibility during landing. However, early in the prototype's development, there were already concerns about its effectiveness. There were reasons to believe that turbulent airflow would be generated by the anhedral-dihedral transition, which would then affect the overall flight characteristics of the plane. Deciding to err on the side of caution, a second prototype, upon which construction had already begun, was modified to be completed with a standard wing so that the two models could be compared in the trials. 11 months after the 9 Shi specification was issued, the first KA-14 prototype was completed in January of 1935. It flew for the first time on February the 14th, flown by Mitsubishi test pilot Kojima. The takeoff weight of the KA-14 was 1,373 kilograms, resulting in a wing loading of 77.2 kilograms per square meter. This was considered rather high by Japanese standards, who valued lightness and maneuverability. However, that being said, it was still significantly better than some other aircraft that were making their first appearance. For example, the first prototype BF-109, that took off 4 months after the KA-14, had a much higher wing loading of 117 kilos per square meter. The flight trials of the first prototype not only exceeded the expectations of the design team, but they exceeded those of the 9 Shi specification itself. During further trials, a maximum speed of 444 km an hour was achieved at an altitude of 3,200 meters, eclipsing the performance of any other aircraft currently in the Japanese naval inventory. Despite the success, there were still a couple of concerns raised by the test pilot. The KA-14 suffered longitudinal oscillations at high angles of attack, and the plane had a nasty tendency of trying to drop a wing during landing. Wing dropping on an airfield could be inconvenient and sometimes dangerous, depending on the speeds involved,
but wing dropping on approach for a carrier landing was a different level of risk altogether, and for this reason it was hoped that the second Ka-14, the one with the straight wings, would perform even better. At a late stage of construction, it was decided to add flaps to the centre section of this prototype as a result of the aforementioned landing issues. The wing design also incorporated a change that expanded laminar flow over the wingtip, which was hoped to improve stability at high angles of attack. Problems with the reduction gear on the Kotobuki 5 engine were solved by replacing it with the direct drive Kotobuki 3, and the plane was readied for testing. Much to the relief of all, these modifications proved to be a sound investment. Despite weighing 100 kilos more than the first prototype, the second Ka-14 had virtually the same performance without any of the dangerous drawbacks. Because of this, the Army Air Force also expressed interest in Mitsubishi's aircraft, and a single example was ordered under the designation Key 18. Though ultimately it did not impress the Army enough for purchase, as even it did not meet their borderline obsessive requirements for agility, it did spur them on to draw up a new specification for an advanced fighter. They expected Mitsubishi would offer an extensively modified version of their own fighter, but as Mitsubishi were busy with preparing the Ka-14 for full production, only a small team could be spared for modifying the Key 18 into the Key 33. As a result of this, Nakajima would win the Army competition with the Key 27. This was no great loss for Mitsubishi, whose factory was filling up with fighters they were merrily building for the Navy, and considering the borderline hostile nature between Army and Navy staff, it was probably a blessing in disguise not to deal with the demands from both camps. By late autumn of 1936, the Ka-14 had been approved for series production as the Type 96 carrier-borne fighter, also known as the A5M1. It was relatively similar to the second Ka-14 prototype, however it featured a new engine cowling, the internal fuel tank capacity had been increased, and the rear fuselage had been slightly redesigned to further improve stability. It was also now powered by the Kotobuki 2 Kai-A, which was rated at 580 horsepower for takeoff. Because of these airframe changes, overall weight increased to 1,500 kilograms, which had a knock-on effect on performance and reduced the top speed and climb rate. As a result of this, things quickly moved on to the A5M2, which featured the improved Kotobuki 2 Kai 3A. Their designations are getting rather complex now, and this gave 610 horsepower at takeoff and now drove a 3-blade propeller. Other changes included the shortening of the exhaust pipes, the splitting of the carburetor air intakes in two, and the shortening of the engine mounts to maintain the center of gravity. The maximum speed rose back up to 426 km an hour, and the climb rate to 5,000 meters was just under 8 minutes. Though the weight had increased again, which slightly affected overall maneuverability, the increase in other performance metrics outweighed this drawback, and the A5M2 entered production at the end of spring 1937. The outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War accelerated the delivery of A5Ms to operational units, with the first arriving just 4 days after the start of hostilities. They first saw combat with the 13th Kokutai, the Imperial Japanese equivalent of an air group, above the skies of Nanking. Despite only being available in small numbers, the A5M enjoyed a large deal of superiority in the opening months of the conflict, as the opposing Chinese forces were mostly fielding outdated planes. However, there were still some losses, though some of these were attributed to the Chinese fielding of Breda 27s. Though in many ways it was the Italian love child of the P-26 P-shooter, its general profile was still similar enough to the A5M to confuse Japan's more inexperienced pilots, which led to some unfortunate incidents. Following the capture of Shanghai, and as the Japanese army moved on Nanking, the Chinese air resistance grew much fiercer. This was in part thanks to the influx of Soviet equipment, such as the Polikarpov I-152 and I-16. During the offensive, which continued until the fall of Nanking, the A5M clashed with these fighters on numerous occasions. Initially, the Soviet fighters proved to be a tough nut to crack, as the A5M only had 2 rifle-caliber machine guns. However, after a month or two of relatively disappointing combat, the Japanese pilots began to take the measure of these new opponents, and their luck improved. Though less powerful, the A5M proved to be more maneuverable overall, and the strength of its airframe proved to be more robust than expected. In one particular demonstration of this, Petty Officer Kashimura was able to bring his plane back to base after losing a third of his port wing from an enemy ramming attack. While the combat continued over the skies of China, work had begun on the A5M2B. This new version reverted to the Kotobuki 3 engine, which was now behaving itself, and a number of minor changes resulting from combat experiences in China were also introduced. These included the provision for the fighter to carry two 30kg bombs, a larger windscreen, tail fin, and more importantly came the addition of a fully enclosed canopy. Unfortunately, all of this added more weight, which led to pilot complaints about reduced performance. That being said, they were far more vocal about the canopy itself, which they claimed seriously limited visibility. It was so disliked that many operational fighters would have these canopies removed by the ground crews in the field. This eventually led to the A5M2B having its production changed back to an open cockpit configuration. After this, the A5M3 was not a production model, but an experiment to test the fitting of a Hispano-Suiza liquid-cooled engine, as well as a 20mm Hispano cannon. Though these trials produced some very promising performance figures, the design was not adopted, as the Imperial Japanese Navy wanted no reliance on foreign-built equipment. And so, we arrive at the A5M4, which is usually the model that this aircraft is most remembered for. This model was specifically developed to tackle Chinese aircraft that were out of the range of the A5M2, their bases having been moved further inland. Externally, this new version was almost identical to the last production A5M2Bs, upon which changes had been made to the landing gear, windscreen, and rear fuselage. But there were some other changes. Apart from the new engine, it also featured attachments for a 160-litre drop tank which gave it an extended range of 648 kilometers. This was later further improved with the addition of an even larger 210-litre drop tank. Built in the largest numbers, and eventually redesignated as the A5M4 Model 24, it was powered by the Kotobuki 41 engine, which gave 710 horsepower at takeoff. Even later, the Kotobuki 41 Kai engine was introduced, and the new variant received the designation of A5M4 Model 34. Both production variants were delivered to frontline units from 1938 up until 1941. During 1939, the A5M had very few combat opportunities owing to the shrinking number of Chinese combat planes. Most of the activity was focused around assault missions and general patrol duties around Japanese bases. There was a brief resurgence of activity in December, when a sudden onset of Chinese bomber attacks struck the main forward Japanese airfield. The last major air battles took place at the end of the year and the start of 1940. The first of them involved 13 A5Ms against 20 I-16s and I-152s, of which 14 were shot down for the loss of a single A5M. During the second engagement, 26 A5Ms fought a similar force, shooting down 13 enemy planes for the loss of just 2. Combat over China produced several aces flying the A5M, and many of these would prove invaluable for training Japanese naval aircrews in the lead-up to the conflict against the United States. When the Pacific War eventually began, the United States and Great Britain still thought the A5M formed the bulk of the Japanese naval fighter units, and as such assigned it the codename Claude. In fact, the only units still fielding the A5M in a non-reserve capacity were the carriers Ryujo, Zuiho, and Hosho. This resulted in many eggs on many faces when the A6M2, the dreaded Zero, started appearing in large numbers and running circles around the older American fighters. With the exception of the attack against Davao, no A5M4s participated in offensive action against the Allies, though some would see action in a defensive manner over the Marshall Islands. The last combat sortie for the A5M took place on the 7th of May 1942, when the aircraft carrier Shoho was attacked by US torpedo bombers. 2 A5Ms and 4 A6Ms managed to get airborne, before several torpedoes and 13 bombs sent the Shoho on a one-way trip to the seabed. Though they destroyed 3 US planes for no losses,
All but one had to ditch in the sea due to the loss of the carrier, with the other managing to land at a nearby island. After this, the bulk of the remaining A5Ms were kept in Japan for use by reserve and training units. This also led to the A5M4K, which was a two-seat training model that was introduced in 1942. In total, 103 of these planes were built, and they remained in service until the end of the war. Also, like many older, defunct, or otherwise obsolete aircraft, these would be used alongside the remaining A5Ms for kamikaze attacks as the US Navy sailed ever closer to the home islands. And so ended the career of the A5M, the fighter that propelled Mitsubishi into the good graces of the Imperial Japanese Navy, and one whose combat experience led to the development of the A6M20. It also provided the Air Force with a large supply of experienced pilots and instructors for the upcoming conflicts with the US, and along with the Ki-27, it led to some key changes in Japanese aerial doctrine. All of this will be better explained in another video that I have planned, one that will take a much closer look at the air war between China and Japan, but that is a topic for another day. Episode 12. The Bristol Bagshot and Westland Westbury. Last time we looked at the Vickers Type 161, and today, in a slight departure, we will be looking at two aircraft, the Bristol Bagshot and the Westland Westbury. The reason for this is that one of the planes covered today has a very brief history, and when making a separate video for it, the time barely made it past 4 minutes, and so I decided to combine them. Both of these aircraft were born out of Air Ministry Specification 424, which called for a multi-seat, twin-engine fighter capable of carrying 2 automatic shell-firing guns. The potential of heavy guns had been recognised in the First World War, and attempts had been made to adapt several types, including the 37mm Coventry Ordnance Works gun, also known more easily as the Cow, for use on various aircraft. It was a pair of these guns which were ultimately required to be used in fighters designed to this specification, although this was not initially disclosed in the specification details. Aside from familiarity, this choice of armament was made for a variety of other reasons as well, chief among them being the trends of French bomber design by companies such as Farman, Amiot, and Potez, which included research into using 20mm cannons. Both Bristol and Westland submitted designs to meet this specification by the end of 1924, however both designs were fundamentally different in concept. Bristol's design team, led by Frank Barnwell, favoured a monoplane configuration with an all-metal wing and fuselage, whereas Westland's team, led by Arthur Davenport, went with a far more conservative arrangement. As it was the first one to fly, let's start by covering the Westbury. Originally, the design featured a 2-bay biplane configuration, but after wind tunnel testing, this was revised to a 3-bay design with high aspect ratio. In June 1925, Westland received an order for 2 prototypes. The first would be built in the more traditional style of having an all-wooden wing structure, and the second would have wings built from a mix of duraluminium spars and wooden ribs. The fuselage was built in 3 separate sections that were bolted together at the longerons. The forward unit, which was all wood and covered in ply, contained the front gun turret which held the first of the 2 cowguns. This was installed on a special mounting that allowed the weapon to be trained through 360 degrees in azimuth. The movement of the gun was controlled by a brake pad that allowed a spring mechanism to engage or disengage the weapon from its current position. Training the gun itself was done by a hand-cranked pinion gear that was engaged to a base ring. The whole mounting was provided with a rotary platform for the gunner, and a fixed cylindrical shield was carried by the ring. Eventually, the mounting would prove to be useful and innovative enough for Vickers to actually purchase its production rights for later use. The second unit formed the central portion of the fuselage. This started just in front of the pilot's cockpit and extended back to the rear gunner's position. Unlike the forward section, this central piece was built from steel tubing and covered in ply. This section housed the station for the other cow gun, but unlike the one on the nose, this one was on a simple trunnion mounting. It was designed to be fired in a fixed position, aiming upwards into a formation of aircraft normally, though it did also have a limited arc of fire. The third fuselage unit comprised the rear section of the plane and was of mixed construction, with steel tube longerons and spruce girder frames. This section could be easily removed as the fairings were attached to the longerons by a series of clips, which made transportation and maintenance easier as the tail section could simply come away. As the Westbury had a deep fuselage, the 3 crew positions were connected by an access passageway, which when needed could allow just one gunner to operate both cowguns if required. The pilot could enter his cockpit either by climbing up the fuselage aft of the wing, or they could enter via the rear gunner position and climb through the internal passage. The first prototype was powered by a pair of 450 horsepower Bristol Jupiter 6s, each driving a wooden 2-blade propeller. These were housed in nacelles on the inboard section of the lower wings. The fuel and oil tanks, starting magnetos and priming pumps were all contained in these nacelles, and the whole arrangement could fit into a standard railway truck for easy transport. This first prototype flew for the first time in September 1926, and immediately went into initial flight trials and wind tunnel evaluations. As a result of this, modifications were made to the second prototype, which was still under construction. These included a more rounded nose, the addition of a small ventral fin between the V-struts of the tailplane, and the lengthening of the engine nacelles to allow the installation of Jupiter 8 engines. The first flight of the second prototype took place at Yeovil in 1927, after which it went to Martlesham Heath. During the trials at Martlesham, both cowguns were tested, and upon the firing of the rear gun, the fabric and ribs of the upper wing were damaged by the concussive blast. Thankfully, the plane landed without incident, and some further modifications were made so that it wouldn't shoot itself to pieces in the future. Chiefly, this involved the fitting of a rubber-sprung protective shield over the upper wing to deflect the offending muzzle blast away. The nose gun was also test-fired in a number of positions, including directly into the line of flight, despite it providing over 2,000 pounds of recoil force with each discharge. Despite attempts at rapid disassembly and the possibility of stalling out due to gun recoil, both Westbury prototypes performed well. They even handled easily with one engine stopped, or even turning against the running engine. But by this time, the Air Ministry interest in such heavy aircraft was waning, and not long after this, the specification for the aircraft was abandoned. Despite this, Westland gained valuable experience with installing and operating the cowgun, something that would serve them later in the specification that would lead to the Vickers 161 and the Westland cowgun fighters. The Bristol Bagshot was less fortunate than the Westbury. As mentioned earlier, it was a more modern design, being built in a monoplane configuration, having an all-metal shoulder-mounted cantilever wing and a steel tube fuselage. The wing was built from 2 main steel spars and had duraluminum ribs, with the whole arrangement, like the fuselage, being clad in fabric. Initially, like the Westbury, the Bagshot had not been designed specifically with the 37mm cowgun in mind. This change came after work on the prototype had begun. On receiving the updated specification, and confirming the required equipment changes, it was realised that the Bagshot would be overweight and unable to land at a speed slower than 57 miles an hour, with the specification itself calling for a landing speed of just 50 miles an hour. Frank Barnwell, who was leading the design team, suggested making an experimental rolled strip fuselage, which would be interchangeable with the existing one, and that would hopefully save weight providing the tests were successful. The alternative was to abandon the project altogether, as he believed it would be a waste of time and resources to pursue other options. Unfortunately for Barnwell, the Air Ministry declined to cancel the contract, and he was ordered to complete the Bagshot anyway, if only to compare it with the competing Westland in a biplane versus monoplane style evaluation. Powered by a pair of Bristol Jupiter 6s, the Bagshot was flown for the first time on the 15th of July 1927. The first flights on that day went without incident, but subsequent flights were almost disastrous. This was because at higher speeds, the lateral control was ineffective due to wing torsional flexibility, which caused aileron reversal, something that was of course only discovered when the aircraft was in the air. Luckily, Cyril Ewens, the test pilot, managed to land the Bagshot safely, and the aircraft was brought back into the factory for an exhaustive structural testing program. At the conclusion of said tests, Barnwell realised that the only hope was to redesign the Bagshot as a biplane, which virtually meant starting again from scratch.
No further attempts were made to fly the Bagshot until the full test results had been examined by the Air Ministry, who eventually retained the aircraft to conduct more research on the torsional stiffness of cantilever wings. The Bagshot was scrapped by late 1931, and the Westland Westburys didn't last much longer, though the latter did prove useful as a testbed for various automatic cannons. The most important takeaway from these designs was the need for structural reinforcement, for even with the muzzle-deflecting shields installed, the Westland planes continued to suffer from the recoil forces of firing such heavy guns. Fixing large guns onto relatively fragile airframes would continue to prove a challenge over the coming years, but it would certainly lead to some interesting and even successful designs. But that is of course a story for another day.
Episode 13, the Martin B-10.
Every now and then, an aircraft comes along that redefines the standards from which all future types would be built. In the case of American bomber design in the 1930s, this would come in the form of the Martin B-10. By the end of the previous decade, America's bomber force was starting to not only look outdated, but unable to fulfill the requirements of a rapidly evolving air force. All operational bombers were the tried and tested but slow biplane designs, most of which were members of the Keystone series, and these were quickly showing their obsolescence. Sleek monoplane designs were already starting to appear in the commercial aviation sector, particularly in Europe, but these had thus far struggled to gain favour in many military circles. Though the benefits of the monoplane had been demonstrated, the US Army and Navy still required all military planes to be built as biplanes. This was partly due to old-school conservatism, and partly because it was thought that their reliability made them cheaper. In actuality, the monoplane had become cheaper to both fly and maintain by 1929, but senior officers at the time didn't like being told that they were wrong. Eventually, and sometimes with great reluctance, it was accepted that the monoplane was the future, and the Army Air Corps began seeking designs for a new monoplane bomber. This quickly resulted in the development of several experimental aircraft. Douglas came up with the gull-winged XB-7, Fokker developed the short-lived XB-8, and Boeing seemed to be the strongest contender when they produced the YB-9. All of these were an improvement on previous biplane models, but each design was a compromise of old thinking with new technology. Watching this from afar, Martin began work on a private venture of their own. They had previously built bombers for the Army Air Corps, notably the successful MB-2 of the mid-1920s, and they now worked on a design not only to beat the competition, but render them totally obsolete. The prototype, designated as the Model 123, was a rapid departure from anything Martin had developed before. It was a sleek, all-metal, cantilever mid-wing monoplane of advanced construction. The wing was built in 3 sections, a centre section built into the fuselage, which carried the 2 engine nacelles in the leading edge, and 2 detachable outer sections. All of these had a structure of riveted aluminium with stressed steel fittings, and the whole lot was covered in a sleek stressed aluminium skin. Like the wing, the all-metal fuselage was also built in 3 sections, however its metal skin had a different arrangement. The sides of the fuselage were covered in a smooth skin of stressed aluminium to deal with the shear loads during flight, whereas the top and bottom of the fuselage was clad in corrugated skin that could better handle compression loads. Unlike previous bomber designs, which usually carried their drag-inducing bombs under the wing or the fuselage, the Model 123 was the first to contain the entirety of its bomb load in an internal bomb bay. This was not only a practical innovation, but one for safety as well, as carrying fused bombs within the plane usually had better safety margins than those stored externally. It also allowed the bombardier control of when the bombs would be armed, depending on the bomb type and fuse. Another featured innovation was the provision for a mechanically retractable landing gear, which, again, was done for the sake of streamlining. However, like the internal bomb bay, this would come at the cost of added weight, and as such, the bomber would be equipped with a pair of 600 horsepower Wright SR-1820 Cyclone engines. Keeping up with the trend, this too was an innovation, as the Cyclone was still in its earliest stages of development, and its successful use in the Martin prototype was a contributing factor in it being used for many other aircraft of fame later on in its life. The prototype was completed and delivered to the Army on March the 20th, 1932, who, upon receiving it, sent the plane to Wright Field for evaluation. At this point, the aircraft was given the new designation of XB-907. In its completed form, it had a wingspan of just over 62 feet, and with a new pair of streamlined engine cowlings, it was expected to achieve a top speed of at least 190 miles an hour. Depending on what sources cited, it either had a crew of 3 or 4. The point of debate is whether the prototype initially had provision for a co-pilot or not, as it was later removed for the production model. Regardless of number, all of the crew positions were open to the elements in this first design, which, considering the hoped-for top speeds, would have made for a frigid experience on that crisp March morning in central Ohio. Frozen pilots aside, the prototype performed better than expected during its first flights. Not only did it take off and land in a shorter distance than expected, courtesy of modern split flaps, but it also reached a top speed of 197 miles an hour at 6,000 feet. In light of these promising figures, the prototype was sent back for modifications in the autumn to further improve its capabilities. The nose went through an extensive redesign, which included the fitting of the first enclosed gun turret to ever be found on a US military aircraft. This turret was manually rotated by the gunner and featured a single 30 caliber Browning machine gun. Though it did somewhat reduce pilot visibility for takeoff and landing, it was believed that this was offset by the nose gunner themselves, who, in a pinch, could provide visual guidance. Though I can't imagine that would have been a particularly fun affair for anyone involved, especially in poor weather. Other modifications included the change from the shorter town-end ring cowlings to the more encompassing NACA units, an upgraded engine to the newer 675 horsepower version of the Cyclone, and the widening of the wingspan by a further 8 feet. Though all of this added another 2,000 pounds to the total weight of the aircraft, it performed even better when it returned to Wright Field in October 1932, reaching a new top speed of 207 miles an hour. As a result of its outstanding performance, the Army Air Corps placed a production order for 48 bombers and purchased the original prototype, redesignating it as the XB-10. Between that moment and the first deliveries of the production B-10s, some additional changes were made to the overall design. It was accepted, and in no small part thanks to some very vocal complaints, that a plane flying over 200 miles an hour should not have open crew stations, and so the pilot's cockpit and rear gunner station were finally enclosed. The number of crew was also reduced to 3 at this point, and the weight saved by ditching the co-pilot was used to allow the installation of radio equipment that would be used by the rear gunner. Various engine installations were made to the 48 units delivered for the initial production order. The first 14 aircraft, designated as the YB-10, had a similar version of the Cyclone engine that powered the first prototype, and thus their overall performance was very similar. Most of the production order would be powered by a more powerful version, giving out 775 horsepower, and these units would be delivered as the B-10B. There was also an experimental model, the YB-10A. This featured turbo-supercharged versions of the engine that gave it an impressive top speed of 236 miles an hour at 25,000 feet. However, for various reasons, mostly due to cost, only one of these would be built. When it finally entered service, the B-10 was faster than any fighter currently operated by the US military, and its advanced performance rendered all other bomber designs obsolete overnight. Domestically, they would serve with numerous air groups, both as a conventional bomber, but also in some auxiliary roles. In January of 1931, the Army Air Corps assumed responsibility for coastal defense around the US mainland. This was the source of considerable grumbling, as this task had been the cherished prerogative of the US Navy, and the decision was made to adapt several models of the YB and B-10 into the YB-12. These aquatic conversions usually entailed the fitting of large floats for water use, but for the northern regions there was also the use of a ski and wheel landing gear arrangement. Aside from this particular task, the B-10 sometimes found itself involved in events that caught the general eye of the public as well. A notable example of this occurred in 1936, when a group of B-10s were used to drop much-needed supplies to island communities in the Chesapeake Bay. These islands had been cut off after a particularly nasty winter storm, which had iced up the bay to such a degree that sending in supplies by ship was impossible. In response to a request by the Red Cross, the 49th Bomb Group sent in several B-6 and B-10 bombers for a resupply mission. Landing directly on the islands was deemed too dangerous, and so the planes conducted the supply equivalent of a bombing run, sometimes dropping their supplies from a height of just 15 feet above the ground. The B-10s made headlines again later that spring when a flight of 9 aircraft made several long-distance flights from Virginia to the Panama Canal. Though this was not done in one single leg, with stops in Miami and Costa Rica, it did much to display the projection of US air power. As a result of its success, the B-10 was approved to be sold for export once Martin's delivery contracts for the Army had been completed, and in August of 1936, an example of the B-10 was demonstrated to foreign buyers as the Model 139W. Unsurprisingly, Martin found several customers who were very keen to purchase. Eventually, models would be sold to Argentina, China, the Netherlands, the Soviet Union, Thailand, and Turkey. Most of these units were exported as various versions of the Model 139. In general, they were very similar, with the main difference usually being a change in power plant. The two biggest export customers for the B-10 were Argentina and the Netherlands. Argentina would eventually operate 39 aircraft across its army and navy, and the Netherlands would operate 121. They would also be the only customer for the updated version of the export model dubbed the 166. This model was of the same basic design as the 139, but it featured a notable change to the cockpit layout. Instead of a separate pilot's cockpit and rear gunner's station, it now featured a long glasshouse-style canopy. Along with this, the nose and front turret fairing were modified to improve streamlining, and the provision was made for additional bombs to be carried under the wing between the engines and the fuselage. By the time the B-10s actually saw combat, there were already aircraft in production that surpassed them. However, because the B-10 was so much of a leap forward compared to previous bomber designs, the export models saw extensive use as they often still outclassed the aircraft operated against them. They got their trial by fire in 1937 when 5 Chinese-operated B-10s were flown on bombing raids against Japanese ground forces around Shanghai and Nanking. Though their speed made them effective, they were fielded in too few numbers to make a large impact, and by the end of 1938, all of them had either been destroyed or damaged beyond repair. The remaining combat experience of the B-10 was mostly found in the service of Thailand and the Dutch East Indies, the latter forces seeing extensive operations against the invading forces of Imperial Japan. Operations varied between coastal patrol, anti-submarine efforts, and high-altitude bombing. Dutch-operated B-10s were sometimes used for low-altitude missions as well, but a mix of strong Japanese anti-aircraft fire and some unfortunate friendly fire incidents soon put an end to that particular tactic. Though it was a losing battle, the B-10s played their part in holding up the Japanese invasion as best they could, especially when it came to the defense of Sumatra. As the end drew near, many of them would be used for reconnaissance duties to spot incoming Japanese attacks thanks to their high speed. But by the end of 1942, Java was almost completely surrounded. Several B-10s were shot down by Japanese fighters, many more were destroyed on the ground, and the few remaining models were either captured or scrapped after the Allied forces had surrendered. Back home, the B-10 would remain in service with Army bombardment squadrons until the arrival of the B-17 and B-18 in the late 1930s. During this time, an attempt was made to build on the success of the B-10 and design a competitor against the new bombers. The Model 146 could easily be considered a fatter, albeit more powerful version of the B-10, but in reality it also featured a lot of brand new components. Besides being designed with a much longer range than the B-10, it also featured improved engines, Fowler flaps, and a new cockpit that once again allowed for a co-pilot. Though it was ultimately a failure, the Model 146, along with its more successful forebear, taught the designers at Martin many valuable lessons. But, surprisingly, despite over 340 being built, only a single example of the B-10 survives today. It's an export model, originally operated by Argentina, and it can now be found at the National Museum of the US Air Force in Ohio. By the time the last B-10s were retired, having served the Royal Thai Air Force until 1949, they had left a lasting legacy of the plane that reinvented American bomber design. Traces of the B-10's design can be seen in many famous US aircraft that were operated during the Second World War, and it directly influenced the design of Martin's next, and perhaps most famous fast bomber, the B-26 Marauder. But that's a story for another day.
Episode 14, the Douglas B-18.
Today, we're looking at the Douglas B-18, a product of poor timing, poor politics, and a poor budget. In the early 1930s, the effects of the Great Depression were being keenly felt. Military spending was being reduced across the board, and an increasingly isolationist public opinion made it very hard to justify the development of any sort of heavy bomber. This was further compounded when, in 1934, a board was set up to evaluate the role of military aviation, and their unanimous statement can be quoted as saying, "Independent air missions have little effect upon the issue of battle, and none at all upon the outcome of the war." Unfortunately, the officers of the Army Air Corps did not possess the gifts of foresight to show said board that, yes, actually, military aviation would have significant impacts on future wars, and so when the development success of the Martin B-10 revolutionized American bomber design overnight, the Army Air Corps found itself in the position of possessing technical innovation without the means to properly make use of it. And so, in 1934, it was in the midst of this money-conscious, non-air power-minded, and strategically inept atmosphere that the Air Corps announced a new competition for the development of a multi-engine bomber. Their specification required a bomber capable of carrying 2,000 pounds of bombs over a range of no less than 1,020 miles, and up to a hoped-for maximum range of 2,200 miles. The top speed was to be at least 200 miles an hour, though ideally they were looking for something that could achieve speeds more along the lines of 250 miles an hour. The specification did not set out an exact requirement for engine number, and as a result of this, submissions would include both 2-engine and 4-engine designs. Instead of starting out with a completely new design, Douglas based their twin-engine bomber on the existing and successful airframe that was the DC-2 transport. Designated as the DB-1, or Douglas Bomber 1, this aircraft was basically designed around the wings of the DC-2 and was fitted with a deeper and wider fuselage to accommodate an internal bomb bay. The design also featured enlarged tail surfaces, and the span and area of its wings were increased by adding rounded tips. To manage the task of carrying 2,000 pounds of bombs and all the other relevant military equipment, an upgrade in power plant was also required. The DB-1 was powered by a pair of Wright R1820 G5 Cyclone engines. These each had a power output of 850 horsepower, and to make the aircraft less visible at night, they both had single collector exhausts that went over the wing rather than under it. The aircraft was planned for operation by a 6-man crew, including 2 pilots, a navigator and bomb aimer, and 3 gunners. In terms of defensive armament, the DB-1 was to be armed with 3 30-caliber machine guns, 1 in the nose, 1 in a dorsal turret, and 1 in a ventral hatch. Aside from the physical changes, such as the bomb bay and the enlargement of the flight surfaces, the general construction of the aircraft was essentially the same, with the same aluminium alloy used for the structure of the wings and the fuselage, and the fuselage itself had the same semi-monocoque structure found on the DC-2. And so when the DB-1 was completed in April of 1935, it resembled a slightly shorter, slightly wider, and slightly more aggressive version of the DC-2. After completing manufacturer trials, the DB-1 was sent to Wright Field for official evaluation against the competing aircraft. These consisted of the Martin 146, an enlarged and more streamlined development of their successful B-10, and the Boeing Model 299, which was the prototype for the B-17 Flying Fortress. It is here that the money-conscious attitude and thinly veiled political rivalries within the War Department come into play. On paper, and in terms of performance figures, the Boeing prototype should have been the clear winner. It had a longer range, had a better defensive armament, could carry more bombs, and it was substantially faster. However, the DB-1, based on an already existing design under mass production, was priced to the Army Air Corps at a cost that was 40% cheaper than the Boeing. And so the competition quickly boiled down to a choice between quality and quantity. The technical staff recommended the acquisition of a smaller number of Boeings, while the general staff, pointing out that the DB-1's performance, though worse than the Boeing, still fully met the Air Corps specification, wanted to purchase a larger number of the Douglas bombers. This debate went on for some time until the crash of the Boeing prototype at Wright Field, the result of an unhappy moment when it took off with the controls still locked. The General Staff used this incident as further justification for a more conservative and budget-friendly approach to procurement, and an order was placed for 133 Douglas B-18s, while a smaller order was placed for just 13 of the Boeing YB-17. Following the completion of evaluations at Wright Field, the original prototype was returned to Douglas and brought up to production standard. 2 years later, it was modified to test the feasibility and effects of firing a heavy cannon. For this purpose, it was equipped with a 75mm field gun that was mounted in a fixed position in the bomb bay. Following initial tests on the ground, where it didn't immediately explode, it was then assigned for in-flight firing tests, during which it was quickly realised that the vibration and force of the cannon being fired was not going to be handled well by the airframe, and these tests were quickly halted. Nonetheless, the results of these tests would prove valuable, and indeed they directly aided in the development of the cannon-armed B-25s that would be used during the Second World War. The production B-18 differed from the DB-1 prototype in a number of ways, though none of these changes could be considered major. They were now powered by a pair of more powerful Wright Cyclones, producing 930 horsepower, and these were housed in improved cowlings and drove a newer, wider-bladed pair of 3-blade propellers. All but 2 of the first production batch also had a redesigned nose cone. This was reduced in length by 7 inches, and now featured both side windows and a bomb-aiming window in the lower front section. Deliveries of the B-18 began in early 1937, with the first arriving on February the 23rd. The first 4 of these aircraft would be assigned for testing at various sites across the United States. The 5th, 6th, and 7th aircraft to be built were the first B-18s to be delivered to an operational unit, this being the 7th Bombardment Group at Hamilton Field, and they would later be joined by 30 additional aircraft. The remaining 94 B-18s were assigned across various bombardment groups, as well as a pair of reconnaissance squadrons. Later on, most of these units either had their B-18 supplemented or replaced by the updated B-18A, while some groups continued to operate a mix of the two, and by 1940, most bomber squadrons were equipped with B-18s. The B-18A was the most produced model by a considerable margin, with a final production run of 217 units that were ordered over 3 batches. The most notable change was yet another modification to the nose, with the bomb aimer's station being moved upward under an extended glazed housing, and the forward gun was now mounted in a ball-shaped turret that was set further back and below than on the previous model. Other modifications on the 18A included the installation of 2 1,000 horsepower Wright Cyclones, and some general upgrades in equipment and instrumentation. Ironically, for an aircraft being marketed as budget-friendly, the B-18 failed to secure much in the way of export orders. During 1938, the British Air Ministry expressed interest in purchasing the B-18 for use as a maritime reconnaissance and bombing aircraft. However, upon further inspection, the aircraft was found to be underpowered and undergunned compared to other emerging designs, and the asking price of $109,000 per unit was received poorly. After insulting the British, Douglas found itself surprised when it received more favourable attention from the Canadians. 20 aircraft were ordered for the RCAF, and they were designated as the Digby Mark I. These were ordered as reconnaissance bombers and were externally similar to the B-18A. However, they would feature .303 caliber machine guns instead of the .30 caliber ones, and other British and Canadian equipment would be fitted, no doubt including some sort of kettle. Despite being reliable and generally well liked by their crews, the Digby and B-18A were not long off the production line before their days were numbered. As the 1930s came to an end, the General Staff of the Air Corps finally recognised that larger, four-engine bombers would be the future of frontline units, and it also realised that the rapid advancement in fighter technology overseas meant that the idea of even using the B-18s for frontline bombing missions was nothing short of suicidal. As a result, no further production orders for the B-18 were placed, leaving the final production total at 350 planes. That being said, the B-18s, though obsolete, were still the most numerous bombers fielded outside the continental United States by the time of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Unfortunately, they would not see a lot of use in the Pacific as, well, most of them happened to be at Pearl Harbor on the day of said attack, with most of them being destroyed on the ground, courtesy of strafing dive bombers and Zeros. The operational use of the B-18 in general did not last long during the war. However, 122 aircraft were modified for anti-submarine operations as the B-18B. The bombardier station was replaced with a search radar, and magnetic detection equipment was installed in a stinger-like protrusion at the end of the tail. The offensive load normally included depth charges carried in the bomb bay, but tests and limited use was also made with retro bomb racks beneath the wings, which fire the bombs backward in a spread pattern. In this new role, the B-18 was not unsuccessful, and it was one of the first American planes to sink a German U-boat, taking out U-654 in August of 1942. Along with Canadian-operated Digby's, the B-18 would spend most of 1942 harassing enemy submarines, usually in the Caribbean and along the Atlantic coast. After being replaced by B-24s in 1943, some B-18Bs were used to develop radar bombing techniques, but most were relegated to the roles of training or transport aircraft. 3 B-18s were also transferred to Brazil and used with a training unit as part of the Lend-Lease provision. Like many other B-18s, these were also eventually converted for anti-submarine use. And in May of 1943, one of these Brazilian B-18s engaged a German U-boat using depth charges and bombs. And although there was a sizable oil patch left on the sea, the U-boat kill was strangely never confirmed. After the war, the surviving B-18s that were still airworthy were often sold off as surplus, with some operated as commercial transports in various countries, including Australia and Canada. Some of these aircraft were still operated in military units as well, but this did not last long, and the last units operated in Canada and Brazil were both retired from service by the end of 1946. Today, 5 examples survive in good condition, with the potential recovery of a 6th airframe still on the table, it being a wreck on private land in Hawaii. Ultimately, the B-18 was not a particularly bad aircraft, but it was the product of poor foresight, and once again it showed that converting a civilian aircraft for military use as a bomber rarely produced great success. It also showed Douglas that if they wanted to develop successful frontline bombers, they needed to have the size and the range for such a task. This consideration would soon lead to the development of the huge and experimental XB-19. But that's a story for another day. Episode 15. Early Hawker aircraft and their development. Today, we're going to be looking at the early aircraft of the Hawker Aircraft Company. This is the first of a new series which will look at the pioneering designs of most major aircraft manufacturers. Seeing as some of these earlier examples often have very brief or vague histories, I thought it best to cover groups of aircraft in a single longer video rather than doing 5 or 6 very short ones. So, Hawker. The company was born in the uncertain and austere times that immediately followed the end of the First World War. During this period, government policy towards aviation in general, and military aviation in particular, was almost non-existent. Sopwith, one of the biggest names in the industry, had tried to diversify and produce planes for both commercial and civilian use. However, their endeavours in this new field ultimately failed, and they had to fall back to the production of car bodies and motorbikes. The company struggled on in this way for a short time until, in 1920, the Treasury for Excess War Profits Duty lodged a claim against Sopwith for an amount they could never hope to pay. The company was put into receivership and eventually liquidated, but from the ashes of the Sopwith Aviation Company arose a new firm called H.G. Hawker Engineering. This new company was formed by pioneering Australian aviator Harry Hawker, who was also Sopwith's chief test pilot, and Thomas Sopwith himself. Hawker Engineering advertised itself as a company that manufactured bicycles, internal combustion engines, cars, motorbikes, and aircraft. But considering the names of its founding directors, it took little imagination for anyone to guess where their ambitions lay. It therefore came as no surprise when contracts were immediately accepted by Hawker to recondition large numbers of war surplus aircraft. This was a valuable source of early financial stability, but Sopwith and Hawker were keen to design and build their own aircraft as well. Unfortunately, Hawker would never live to see this happen. On the 12th of July 1921, while piloting a Newport Goshawk, he suffered a fatal hemorrhage as a result of spinal tuberculosis. Hawker was dead before his plane hit the ground, but his name would be immortalised by the fledgling business he'd helped start, and Hawker Engineering's first aircraft was just around the corner. By the time of Hawker's death, the design office was already filling with draftsmen, and while the government continued with its short-sighted policy of making do with surplus planes, the faint rustlings of specification papers could be heard in Whitehall as the true inadequacies of the RAF's equipment became apparent to those who were far-sighted. This soon resulted in the specification that led to the Hawker Diker. Though not the first plane designed at the new company, it was the first to be built, but unfortunately it was not a success. Specification 7/22 outlined the general requirements for an aircraft that could provide gunnery spotting, reconnaissance, and unit liaison duties. This specification was a modified version of one that had already been issued, but it had received universal complaints from manufacturers for having contradictory requirements, and this may have contributed to all of the aircraft designs being submitted being, well, rubbish. The design, tended by Hawker design staff, under newly appointed chief designer Captain B. Thompson, was accepted, and construction began on a number of prototypes. The Diker was of all-wood construction, though it was unusual for the time in being a monoplane, as the British bias towards biplane designs was still considered substantial. The parasol monoplane wing was swept back and braced by a pair of struts on each side that connected to the fuselage. The wing itself was relatively thin, and the trailing edge above the cockpit was cut away to provide the pilot and observer with a good view in all directions. The undercarriage was another unusual feature. It had a very wide track, there was no axle connecting the wheels, and the wheels themselves were of a small diameter. Only one Diker was completed, and that was only after numerous alterations had been made to the basic configuration of the aircraft, and it was flown a number of times at Brooklands during the summer of 1923. Initially, it was fitted with an Armstrong Siddeley Jaguar engine, but this was swapped out for a 430 horsepower Bristol Jupiter 4 before its first flight. In terms of armament, it was to have one Vickers gun on the nose cowling, and provision was made for a rear-facing Lewis gun. However, both of these were removed owing to weight restrictions. Apart from the gun fitted on the nose, Vickers also produced a large number of the equipment and parts that were used on the Diker. The wind-driven generator was Vickers, as was the undercarriage, flight stick, rudder controls, rear gun mount, and tail skid. Had they been even more involved, it may have been cheaper for Hawker to simply hand the airframe over to Vickers. After its initial flights, the plane went to Martlesham Heath for official evaluations in late 1923, but after just 18 hours of flight time, it was clear that the Diker was not suitable as a military aircraft. Apart from displaying severe aileron flutter, which resulted in the frightful tendency for the wing to part company with the rear cabane struts, the aircraft was directionally unstable throughout its entire speed range, and it was subsequently rejected. The Diker was then delivered to the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough for further evaluation, but no record seems to exist of these results, and the aircraft was likely scrapped at the end of 1924. As a result of its poor performance, the other prototypes were not completed, and the only other model that had begun construction was reportedly taken out of the shed and buried in a corner at Brooklands. Next up is the Hawker Woodcock. This was designed to meet specification 25/22, which called for a single-seat night fighter. Initially the work of a team once led by Captain Thompson, the first prototype woodcock bore many signs of its Sopwith heritage, featuring 2-bay wings and being powered by an Armstrong Siddeley Jaguar. In March 1923, it made its maiden flight in the hands of test pilot F.P. Rainham, but it proved to not only be disappointing, but dangerous to fly. Aside from displaying an alarming amount of wing flutter, even for those days, its rudder proved to be almost entirely ineffective, and for this reason, spin recovery tests were never permitted with the first model. When it arrived at Martlesham Heath for service evaluation, it was rejected on account of its poor manoeuvrability. However, it did receive praise for its reasonable field of view and being simple to maintain. At this point, Captain Thompson was replaced as chief designer by W.G. Carter, who would go on to be the lead designer of the Gloucester Meteor, and he immediately began to redesign the woodcock, replacing the Jaguar engine with a Bristol Jupiter 4, and incorporating single-bay wings. This new prototype, dubbed the Woodcock Mark II, was built with these new features and flown for the first time in August of 1923. It immediately showed itself to be an improvement on the first model. The wing flutter, though still present on some occasion, was considerably reduced, and positive directional control was now achievable throughout most of the speed range. Unfortunately, the Jupiter 4 engine presented an issue, with the exposed valve gear being particularly vulnerable to icing up. It was also a problem that was experienced to some extent by some other uncowed radial engines. As a result of this, the prototype appeared at the 1924 Hendon display with a series of individual cylinder covers, each equipped with manually operated shutters to regulate the airflow. Soon after this, however, minor modifications were made to the valve gear, and the fitting of an exhaust collecting shroud in front of the cylinders reduced the risk of icing, and the cylinder covers were removed. Following this, a further assessment of the woodcock was conducted towards the end of 1924, and after the tail surfaces had yet again been improved, the RAF deemed it acceptable for service and placed a contract for the production of 10 aircraft. The first 6 of these, not fitted initially with night flying equipment, were issued to Martlesham Heath for further tests, and some then served with No. 17 Fighter Squadron after this. However, it was No. 3 Squadron at Upavon that received the first of the production Woodcock Mark IIs. 8 were delivered in May of 1925, and these replaced their aging collection of Sopwith snipes. In total, 61 production models of the Mark II would be built, most of which went on to serve as night fighters with No. 3 and No. 17 Squadron. One of the aircraft scheduled for delivery to the RAF was purchased by Hawker Engineering as a demonstration aircraft, and entered by Tom Sopwith in the King's Cup race of July 1925. Flown by another Hawker test pilot, George Bullman, it was unfortunately forced down at Luton by bad weather in the opening stages of the race, and it was badly damaged. Nevertheless, its demonstration prior to the race gave Hawker some much-needed public exposure. In service, the aircraft was armed with 2 .303 caliber Vickers machine guns. These were mounted on each side of the fuselage and were synchronized with the 2-blade propeller. In the early days of their service, the Woodcocks suffered a number of incidents that did little to endear them to their pilots. The most serious of these issues resulted from failures of the main wing spars, and there were several cases of the undercarriage struts collapsing, though this was mostly attributed to the poor surface of the airfield they were landing at. W.G. Carter quickly put the Woodcock through a modification program, and by the end of 1925, the structural weaknesses of the aircraft had been cured, and the Woodcock became well liked as a night fighter. Only 2 squadrons would operate the Woodcock, flying night patrols over the Midlands throughout the mid to late 1920s. However, with a maximum speed of 143 miles an hour, and a simple twin-gun arrangement, it presented no significant advancement over the Sopwith snipes it replaced. On the other hand, its acceptance by the RAF enabled the small Hawker company to survive in a time of much reduced manufacturing contracts. After the Hawker Woodcock came the Hawker Signet, which is unique for being the only light aircraft developed by Hawker. The significance of this aircraft lay in 2 things: its remarkable design characteristics and its designer. In 1923, Hawker Engineering employed the services of a young draftsman who had considerable experience in the design and construction of wooden aircraft. His name was Sidney Cam. and he would go on to become one of the most famous and influential designers in British aviation. In early 1924, those years were still ahead of him, and his first job was to take over the design of a light aircraft, one that was to compete in the light aeroplane competition held by the Royal Aero Club. This event was backed by the Air Ministry, who provided funding for £3,000 in prizes. During such times of austerity, when every shilling counted, the competition would receive submissions from companies great and small, including Hawker. Initially, it was Wilfred G. Carter who was in charge of the design work for the Cygnet, but he handed the project over to Sidney Cam, reportedly saying that he simply couldn't get used to thinking in terms of ounces instead of pounds. Cam, however, could think in terms of ounces instead of pounds, and when it was entered, the Cygnet was the lightest aircraft in the contest, coming in at a featherweight 373 pounds. The airframe, weighing no more than 270 pounds, was of all-wood construction and fabric covered. The fuselage consisted of 4 spruce longerons and braced in the form of a Warren truss by diagonal cross-sections. The wings were built upon fabric-wrapped box spars with Warren truss spruce ribs, and though the top centre wing section was attached to the fuselage by 4 spruce-faired steel struts, metal fittings were kept to the absolute minimum to save weight. 2 Cygnets were entered into the competition, registered as GEBMB and GEBJH. The former was powered by a 34 horsepower 2-cylinder Anzani engine, and the latter by a 34 horsepower 2-cylinder ABC Scorpion. Both survived the elimination heats and gained 4th and 3rd places respectively in the final. The Cygnet registered BMB won 1st place in the trials for best takeoff and pull-up. It also won the short landing competition, and, had some poorly timed valve trouble not got in the way on the final day, would have certainly taken home the Air Ministry's grand prize. The next year, both Cygnets attended the 1926 LIM competition. These were now fitted with the 34 horsepower Bristol Cherub engine. Bullman once again flew the Cygnet BMG, and BJH was flown by one flying officer Ragg. Ragg won the LIM Open Handicap race, with Bowman coming 6th, but it was Bowman who finally won the principal competition on the 26th of September, taking home the Daily Mail prize of £3,000, with Ragg coming 2nd for a 1-2 finish for the Hawker Cygnets. At the end of the 1920s, Bowman's Cygnet was put into storage and mostly forgotten. However, after the Second World War, it was painstakingly rebuilt by Hawker. Over the years, it attended numerous meetings, sometimes even appearing at garden parties, and since the 1970s, it has been on almost permanent display, with its current home being the RAF Museum at Cosford. Before the Cygnet had competed in its first race, development work had begun on the Hawker Hedgehog. This was designed to Air Ministry Specification 37/22, which called for a new carrier-based reconnaissance aircraft to replace the Avro Bison and the imaginatively named Blackburn Blackburd. First appearing on the drawing board as the Hawker T2, the Hedgehog was designed as a 3-seat, single-bay, unstaggered biplane. It was of conventional fabric-covered wooden construction and designed to operate the pilot, observer, and gunner in separate tandem cockpits. The pilot sat well forward, under the top wing centre section, but the gunner at the rear was just clear of the wing trailing edge, of which a section was cut away to improve their field of view. Powered by a 398 horsepower Bristol Jupiter 4, the Hedgehog employed some novel features for its day. These included the use of landing flaps on both the upper and lower wings. Both wings also featured so-called drooping ailerons, and the wings could be folded for easier storage and for carrier operations. The Hedgehog made its first flight at Brooklands in February 1924, with F.P. Raynham at the controls. Upon completing its initial test flights, it was then sent to Martlesham Heath for the customary service evaluation. Here, several officers flew the aircraft extensively, and the Hedgehog's handling characteristics were met with universal approval. Its stalling characteristics were especially praised, as was its ability to recover from said stalls. However, by the time the Hedgehog had completed these trials, the Air Ministry cancelled the requirement for it. In their eyes, the Hedgehog's performance, though good, did not present sufficient advancement over the existing Avro and Blackburn models, neither of which had yet to complete their first year of service. Nevertheless, the Air Ministry purchased the sole example of the Hedgehog, and it was returned to Martlesham as an experimental aircraft. There, further tests were conducted on the unusual drooping ailerons during the first half of 1925. After this, it attended the RAF display at Hendon before being converted to a float plane and tested by the Marine Aircraft Experimental Establishment, who tested it over the summer. Once converted back to a land plane, it saw some use in deck handling trials aboard HMS Argus in September of 1925. The following year, it was fitted with a new 450 horsepower Jupiter 6 engine, and despite being the only model, it was redesignated as the Hedgehog Mark II. After this, its fate becomes obscure, but it appears that the aircraft was written off sometime during or just after 1927 when it nosed over in a landing incident. The Hawker Hornbill, in a return to Avian nomenclature, was W.G. Carter's answer to Air Ministry Specification 7/24. This called for a high-power, single-seat fighter. It was to be powered by the new, boosted, ungeared Rolls-Royce Condor 3 engine. It was to have a top speed of no less than 208 miles an hour, and it was to have a service ceiling of 29,000 feet. This specification was an attempt by the Air Ministry to break away from traditional radial engines, a heretical concept to some of the old guard, and explore the possibility of acquiring a fighter aircraft with significantly advanced performance. Recognizing this, Carter paid particular attention to the design of the closed cowling of the engine. The result was a small and exceptionally sleek biplane for its time. The Hornbill was built as a single-bay biplane of mixed wood and metal construction, the engine supports being made of steel tubes, with the whole arrangement snugly clad in duraluminum paneling. For cooling, the aircraft had 2 radiators mounted under the lower wing, and although it was meant to have a spinner over the propeller, this was not initially fitted so that a Hux starter could be used for the engine. The Hornbill took off for the first time in July of 1925. It was flown by Raynham on its first flights, however George Bullman would soon join as the chief test pilot. After the initial flights, which resulted in the fitting of a metal propeller to try and improve performance, the aircraft was taken to Martlesham Heath for assessment in December. During the course of the evaluations, it was found that, despite having a very snug cowling, the Hornbill was no match for the depressing climate of a British winter, and its engine suffered repeatedly from the problem of overcooling. Attempts were made to combat this, mostly by covering up most of the outer segments of the radiators, but eventually the decision was made to take the Hornbill back to the workshop for extensive modifications. All of the modification work was done under the supervision of Sidney Cam, who by now had taken over from Carter. The engine was replaced with the new Condor 4, which produced 698 horsepower, and its longer crankcase required new covering panels, which were raked back and flared flat across the top of the engine. The 2 radiators were sensibly replaced by a single Cirque radiator that was mounted between the landing gear struts, and the tail fin and rudder were both slightly altered to increase their area. After these modifications were complete, the Hornbill returned to Brooklands Field, and Bullman completed a series of performance and handling flights. Though the Hornbill was designed to carry a Vickers gun, it was not fitted because the Condor engine had not been installed with a synchronization gear, and for these flights, ballast was used to simulate the weight of the missing gun. Its low-speed handling surprised Bullman, who found the aircraft easy to control at speeds that would induce a stall for most others, but overall he was unimpressed. It had numerous faults, one of the biggest being a dramatic loss of engine power above 16,000 feet. After a brief appearance at the RAF display at Hendon, the Hornbill returned to Martlesham Heath for its full service evaluation, as well as a comparative evaluation against the Armstrong-Whitworth Siskin 3. Though the Hornbill was considerably faster than the Siskin at altitudes below 20,000 feet, its low ceiling killed any hopes for it to be considered as a service aircraft. On top of this was the litany of complaints that came from Bullman after his test flights. The engine was now overheating, a result of normal service fuel being unsuitable for the Condor when flown at full power. Despite strengthening, the aircraft tended to break its stern post upon landing. Directional stability and control were lacking at higher speeds, to such an extent that even full rudder was barely enough to maintain height in steep turns at speeds above 150 miles an hour. But worst of all, Bowman said that the cockpit was so cramped that it was impossible to reach the cocking handle of the Vickers machine gun, and that a larger-than-average pilot would find it impossible to safely bail out in an emergency. To quote Bowman himself, he said, "The hornbill was too clever by half, and the designer almost forgot that the pilot is an important part of the design." Despite its shortcomings, the Air Ministry suggested that the Hornbill be transferred to the Royal Aircraft Establishment for testing, as, even though it was unsuitable as a service plane, it displayed outstanding handling characteristics at low speeds, and was still considered an advanced fighter design. Next up is the Hawker Heron. This was a relatively short-lived but important project that evolved from the development of the Woodcock. The Heron started life as the third Woodcock that was to be built, but Sopwith had obtained the Air Ministry's permission to complete it as a so-called metal Woodcock in early 1924. The redesign work was given to Sidney Cam, who quickly realised that a completely different aircraft would result from this work, and so it was given the new name of Heron. The structure was built using steel and aluminium tubes. These were attached to form a rectangular section that was then used with others to form a simple box that was cross-braced with tension wires. The parallel chord wing had twin spars that were built from light steel tubing, and the nose of the fuselage behind the engine was covered with duraluminium sheet. Unlike the Woodcock II, the Heron had straight wings of unequal span and increased stagger. A smooth, contoured fin and horn-balanced rudder replaced the Woodcock's original tail surfaces and completed the transformation of the Woodcock into the Heron. It first flew in mid-1925, powered by a Jupiter 6 engine that drove a two-blade wood propeller. Although the Heron's weight was a little more than the Woodcock II, it managed to achieve a top speed over 15 miles an hour faster than its predecessor, achieving 156 miles an hour at 9,800 feet. After this, it went to Martlesham Heath in December for its evaluation trials. However, for these, its wood propeller was replaced by a Fairey Reed all-metal propeller, though in the end this made little or no impact on its overall performance. The Heron remained at Martlesham for most of 1927, being transferred to No. 22 Squadron for handling and performance reports. During this time, it earned a good reputation amongst pilots, with considerable praise given to its handling characteristics and ease of servicing, courtesy of the metal airframe. After its time at Martlesham was done, the Heron was struck off Air Ministry charge in May of 1928. It then returned to Brooklands, where, with its armament removed, it was re-registered and entered into the King's Cup race at Hendon. Unhappily, while being taxied to the start line, it struck a parked car and was badly damaged. By the time it was repaired, the certificate of airworthiness had expired, and the plane was finally struck off the register for good. Sidney Cam would later refer to the Heron with considerable affection, suggesting that, for him at least, it marked the transition from the outdated fighter formula of the Snipe, Woodcock and Grebe, and the wing and tail layout of the Heron can easily be recognised in the later Hawker Fury when it made its debut. The next aircraft is the Hawker Horsley. This has the distinction of being the last all-wood design drawn up by the company, though many models would eventually be completed with either a mixed or all-metal structure. It was also the first Hawker aircraft to reach a production run that exceeded 100 units, with 124 Horsleys being built in total. The Horsley was designed as a two-seat, single-engine medium bomber in response to specification 26/23. Construction of the first prototype began in 1924, however, its first flight was delayed until the following spring after a construction accident caused significant damage. At this stage, it was powered by a Rolls-Royce Condor 3, and featured two radiators on the sides of the fuselage, set back behind the engine, like originally found on the Hawker Hornbill. In May 1925, the Horsley prototype was taken to Martlesham for assessment against the competing aircraft by Bristol, Handley Page and Westland. Initial favour leaned towards the Horsley, especially as it was the only plane capable of meeting the initial load requirements, a point of some embarrassment for the other competitors. But the final judgment was withheld as there were numerous complaints about the Air Ministry's specification. Specifications 23/25 and 24/25 rectified this issue, with the latter also setting out load requirements for both conventional and torpedo bombing. Following complaints about engine accessibility and ground handling, the prototype Horsley had gone back for modifications, and during this time work had also begun on a second prototype. The second prototype incorporated metal in parts of the wing and fuselage structure, and this aircraft was flown for the first time on the 6th of December 1925. When they returned to Martlesham for evaluation, both Horsleys were praised for the ease in which they could be adapted to carry various loads, and this prompted the Air Ministry to place a production order for 30 Horsleys in March of 1926. The first 10 of these would be completed as the Mark I, which was predominantly of wood construction, with the remaining being completed as the Horsley Mark II. Number 11 Bomber Squadron was the first to receive the Mark II in January of 1927, which they used to replace their aging stock of Fairy Fawns. Shortly after this, Number 100 Squadron also replaced its Fawns with a new set of Horsleys, and by 1928 they also equipped Number 15 and 33 Squadron, as well as the Anti-Aircraft Corporation flight at Biggin Hill. The Horsleys were a considerable advance over the previous aircraft, capable of carrying 3 times the bomb load over greater distances. The Mark II also featured the improved Rolls-Royce Condor 3A, as well as the new Mark IIB bomb sight. Though in some photos, usually without people as a reference, the Horsley may look small, it was actually quite a large aircraft. The Mark II had a wingspan just over 56 feet, and it had a loaded weight of 9,200 pounds. Its powerful engine allowed it to carry some impressive payloads for its day, one being a 1,500-pound bomb, though none had been produced since 1918, and the other being an 18-inch torpedo. Speaking of torpedoes, the prototype Horsley torpedo bomber was built from the 10th production unit of the initial Mark II delivery order. This aircraft was transferred to the Torpedo Development Flight at Gosport in early 1927, where it remained for several months before being shown to the public at the Hendon Air Display in July. At the end of that year, an initial production order for 12 torpedo bombers was placed, with the first being delivered in August of 1928. These units went to the Coast Defence Torpedo Flight in Scotland, which was shortly renamed to No. 36 Torpedo Bomber Squadron. Subsequent orders were placed for more torpedo bombers, and these would be completed with all-metal construction, and were unofficially referred to as the Horsley Mark III. Many of these served with No. 36 Squadron when it was redeployed to Singapore in 1930, and they remained in service until as late as 1935. Horsleys continued to serve home-based bomber squadrons for several years, participating in the yearly exercises, and also appearing at the Hendon Air Displays from 1928 to 1931. The arrival of the Vickers Wildebeest in 1932 put an end to the Horsleys' days as a frontline unit. However, they would continue to see extensive use for target training, as well as some units being used for all manners of experimental testing. From 1926 onwards, various Horsleys would be used as engine test beds. The original prototype was used to test a Rolls-Royce Eagle, a Rolls-Royce H-10, as well as the emerging Napier Lions. Another was converted to mount a Rolls-Royce Condor, which was then featured at Hendon, and other Horsleys were also used to test the Armstrong Siddeley Leopard, the Rolls-Royce Buzzard, and even a Junkers Jumo was installed on one particular model. Perhaps the most significant of all engines tested on the Horsley was the Rolls-Royce PV-12. 2 aircraft would be used to test this engine between 1934 and 1937, gaining certifications for various models of what would become the Rolls-Royce Merlin. The success of the experimental Horsleys prompted overseas interest. In 1929, Hawker built 6 Horsleys for the Hellenic Naval Air Service, with 5 being delivered as military aircraft and the 6th to be used as a VIP transport. In 1930, the Danish government placed an order for 2 aircraft to be powered by the Leopard engine. This also included a request to produce the aircraft under license should it prove satisfactory. These two aircraft were completed as the so-called Danetorp. The design featured a mixed construction of wood and metal. The undercarriage could easily be swapped out between landing wheels and a pair of floats, and the cockpit layout was changed to facilitate a third crew member between the pilot and the observer. The first Danetorp was delivered as a land plane, making its first flight in September 1932, and shortly after it was followed by the second. The latter also underwent trials with floats at Felixstowe in November that year, where, despite its larger size, it performed well on the water. Both Danetorps were flown extensively between 1932 and 1933, but despite performing well, budget constraints prevented the Danes from putting the aircraft into production. By this time, the Horsley was already being phased out of service at home, and it would have probably been outdated in its use within a few years anyway. After the Horsley, we have the Hawker Hawfinch. Though ultimately unsuccessful, it was the first all-metal design built by Hawker, and it was influential in the designs of later fighters by both Hawker and other manufacturers as well. The Hawfinch was built to specification F9/26, which set out to find a replacement for the Armstrong-Whitworth Siskin and the Gloucester Gamecock. This requirement was somewhat urgent, as the Fairey Fox, a light bomber, was about to enter service, and rather embarrassingly, it posted performance figures that either matched or exceeded those of the RAF's current inventory of frontline fighters. The Air Ministry was so eager to avoid this scenario that they accepted no less than 9 different prototype proposals from various manufacturers over the course of 1926. These included the Bolton Paul Partridge, the Gloucester SS-19, the Bristol Bulldog, the Armstrong Whitworth 16, and of course, the Hawker Hawfinch. Hawker was quick off the mark with this one, being the first to submit their design for consideration. The Hawfinch prototype was built as a metal structure 2-bay biplane, with the wings arranged with a considerable amount of stagger, and it was to be equipped with a pair of synchronized Vickers machine guns. Per the specification, it was powered by a radial engine, this one being the Bristol Jupiter 6, and it was expected to have a top speed in excess of 160 miles an hour. Hawker was in fact so quick in designing and building the Hawfinch, it being flown for the first time in March 1927, that they were able to spare the time to submit the aircraft for deck handling trials aboard an aircraft carrier. This it did aboard HMS Furious in July. These trials went surprisingly well for an aircraft that had not been designed with carriers in mind, and the experience gained from these allowed Sidney Cam to take an interest in the new fleet fighter specification, something that would eventually culminate in the development of the Hawker Nimrod. After the deck handling tests were complete, the Hawfinch was prepared for its evaluation trials and went to Martlesham Heath in August of 1927. Extensive trials of all the attending prototypes were carried on until the early months of the following year, by which point the Bulldog and Hawfinch were looking like the clear favourites. Ultimately, it could not be decided which of the two should be considered for full-scale production, as their performance figures were exceptionally similar, and so the decision was made to deliver both aircraft for squadron trials. These took place at Kenley, Hornchurch, Northolt, Biggin Hill, and Uphaven. Both of the aircraft were well liked by their pilots, but in the end the Bulldog was judged the winner, owing to its top speed of 174 miles an hour versus 171 for the Hawfinch. The Hawfinch prototype was then returned to the factory, where single-bay wings were temporarily introduced for testing, and shortly afterwards the aircraft made a brief appearance at Felixstowe to test the use of a twin-float undercarriage. From July 1929 onwards, the Hawfinch was used by Hawker and the RAE for trials with heavily cambered airfoil sections. It carried on in this manner, being used for various experiments for a number of years, until some point in 1933 when it was finally scrapped. The last aircraft we're looking at today is the Hawker Harrier, and no, not the VTOL jet plane of fame, but rather the first aircraft to bear this name. The Harrier was Hawker's response to specification 23/25, which called for a 2-seat plane capable of performing day bombing and coastal reconnaissance duties. This was based on the failure of an earlier specification which had led to the Hawker-Horsley, as mentioned earlier on, with the main failure being the lightness of the required bomb load. And so, before the Horsley had completed its final evaluations, design work on the Hawker Harrier had begun. It was designed with an all-metal structure, and CAM made provisions for the possibility of it having to carry a torpedo, as it looked like the Air Ministry were about to modify their specification to include said requirement. The engine chosen was the reduction-geared Bristol Jupiter 8, but because of the gear's relatively high power absorption, the aircraft was somewhat underpowered when it was completed. The Harrier was flown for the first time in early 1927. It then performed its initial flight trials at Brooklands from March to November. Thereafter it was evaluated at Martlesham Heath during the winter of 1927-1928, and again in the summer. These initial trials were carried out with a variety of bomb loads, mostly the 112-pound and 250-pound variants. As predicted, the Air Ministry then modified the specification to include the requirements of carrying the Admiralty Type 8 torpedo, and the Harrier went back for its already planned modifications. During this time, the reduction gear of the engine was removed, as during all flight trials, a lack of power on takeoff had been the main complaint, and the last thing a pilot wanted when taking off from a carrier over the North Sea, carrying a heavy torpedo, was a lack of power. Unfortunately, even with the new engine now giving 583 horsepower, the Harrier, now carrying 3,000 pounds of torpedo and associated equipment, was still underpowered. As a result of this, its trials were conducted with the rear gun mountings removed, and the fuel tanks half filled for the safety of the test pilot. In one of the reports received by Sydney CAM was a rare case of sarcasm in the usually stoic dictum of the Martlesham assessors. In response to the required weight shedding for testing, it's quoted as saying, "It's a pity that it has been found necessary to leave the observer bomb aimer on the ground when bombs are being carried." Unsurprisingly, the Harrier failed to impress, and it was not selected for service. In November 1929, it was handed over to the Bristol Engine Company for use as a testbed. It was first equipped with a 495 Bristol Orion radial engine, and then the 870 horsepower Bristol Hydra double octagon. Here it lived out the rest of its days, before being struck off the register and eventually scrapped in 1933. Though it was a failure, the Harrier served Hawker well by aiding in the development of bombing equipment that would later be used in the Hawker Hart, and other smaller lessons were learned that cumulatively aided the company in future developments. And so that concludes our look at the early aircraft designed at Hawker Engineering. As mentioned earlier, I plan to do a few more of these for some of the other manufacturers. Not all manufacturers require this sort of video, but a lot of the ones that operated in the 1910s and 1920s had a lot of short-lived, obscure designs that are often better covered en masse.
Episode 16, the Douglas XB7.
Today, we're taking a look at the Douglas XB7, a curious-looking gull-winged bomber that was developed at the very beginning of the 1930s, though originally it had not been designed with bombing in mind. In the summer of 1929, the US War Department was looking to upgrade the aging fleet of observation planes that were currently in use with the Army Air Corps. At the time, Douglas was the main supplier of this type of aircraft, and they were of course keen to remain so. This led them to develop an all-metal monoplane with high-mounted gull wings, of which a contract was soon awarded for 2 experimental aircraft to be dubbed the XO-31. However, at the same time as this, the War Department had also ordered 2 prototypes of the experimental Fokker XO-27. This was a design that made use of several innovative features, and as such, it promised to offer a substantial improvement in performance and operational flexibility over the other observation aircraft currently operated by the Air Corps themselves. Naturally, this new development rather worried the directors at Douglas, who viewed the Fokker as a potential threat to their position as the leading supplier for observation aircraft, and thus they instructed their design team to work on something better. This they did in rapid time, and in March of 1930 a design was submitted to the War Department for a twin-engine all-metal monoplane. This was then approved in an equally quick time period, and a contract was offered for the construction of the XO-35 and the XO-36. Both of these aircraft were very similar in appearance, each having high-mounted braced gull wings, and each being clad in a skin of corrugated duraluminium, and they bore a strong family resemblance to the smaller, single-engine XO-31 which had been ordered earlier that year. Like the design submitted by Fokker, the gull-winged Douglas featured several modern and innovative design concepts. Chiefly, it featured a retractable landing gear, with the undercarriage units attracting into the engine nacelles, though in the interest of reducing damage in a wheels-up landing, the lower part of each wheel protruded from the nacelle to soften the blow of impact. The fuselage was constructed as a semi-monocoque, and this housed the aircraft's 4 crew members. It was to have an observer gunner in an open cockpit in the nose, a pilot in an open cockpit just forward of the wings, a gunner in an open cockpit in the rear fuselage, and a radio operator who had the esteemed luxury of being in an enclosed station amidships. Unlike some later designs, the open cockpit arrangement wasn't much of a problem, as the Douglas prototypes were not expected to achieve face-ripping speeds above 200 miles an hour. That being said, it was not expected to be a slouch either. This was partly thanks to its aerodynamics, and partly due to its power plant. Both were powered by the 25-litre liquid-cooled Curtiss Conqueror V12. These were enclosed in nacelles attached to the underside of the wing and the fuselage by a series of struts. When first ordered, the two aircraft were only intended to differ in the model of the engine used, with the XO-35 having 2 geared versions of the Conqueror, and the XO-36 having 2 direct drive models. However, before the XO-36 was completed, the Air Corps, noticing that its predicted performance eclipsed their Keystone aircraft, decided to have it completed as a light bomber. At the same time as this, they also ordered Fokker to complete their second prototype as a light bomber as well, with the intention that the two designs would be evaluated against each other. And so, the Douglas was redesignated as the XB-7, and the Fokker as the XB-8. The XO-35 was the first Douglas model to be completed. This flew for the first time in the spring of 1931, before going on to complete manufacturer trials. At the conclusion of these trials, it was then delivered to Wright Field in October for service testing. The XB-7 was completed shortly after, and after a longer series of manufacturer trials, it would also go to Wright Field in July of 1932. These trials were mostly longer due to the additional structural tests that were required, as the aircraft had been slightly redesigned to carry 1,200 pounds of bombs on racks beneath the fuselage. While undergoing trials at Wright Field, the XO-35 was extensively damaged on the 11th of July 1932. Repaired and overhauled, it was then flown again at Wright Field, and along with a stint of being flown in air-mail operations in 1934, it would accrue 999 hours of flight time before being too worn out to pass its annual inspection in 1938. By the time both prototypes were flying at Wright Field, the Air Corps' interest in the project had grown, and an order had already been placed for 12 service aircraft. This order consisted of 5 Y1035s and 7 Y1B7s. This order would be completed over the course of 1932, with deliveries taking place between August and November. The service test aircraft differed from the prototypes in a number of ways. The engines were different, with the Y1B7s receiving standardized geared variants of the Conqueror, the two models selected either having 640 or 675 horsepower, and the Y1035s were also powered by 2 geared versions that either produced 650 or 675 horsepower. The fuselage, having been lengthened by 11 inches to improve the centre of gravity, also had its corrugated duralumin skin replaced by smooth sheet metal. Along with this, an adjustable tab was also added to the rudder to improve handling in the event of engine failure, and the tailplane, which on the prototypes had been wire-braced, was now supported by metal struts. Along with the external changes, the internal fuel capacity was increased by 116 US gallons, or 439 litres, and this was done to comply with a new directive that required all service aircraft to have a minimum endurance of 2 hours, plus another 2 on reserve, as, surprisingly, a short flight endurance was unattractive in the Air Force of a country that was the size of a continent. Aside from this, other changes included a modified fuel distribution system, improved engine controls and oil cooling systems, and some general upgrades to the equipment for both the pilot and radio operator. Though they boasted improved performance figures, including a top speed of 182 miles an hour and a service ceiling of 20,400 feet, their appeal to the Air Corps was rapidly diminishing, courtesy of the sleek new design that was being proposed by Glenn Martin, the soon-to-be-realised B-10 that we covered in a recent video. As a result of this, no production orders would be placed for either of the Y1035 or the Y1B7. However, this did not mark the end of their use. In early 1934, the US civil aircraft industry was being rocked by the air mail scandal. In a nutshell, this was the result of a Congress-led investigation of contracts awarded as part of the 1930 Air Mail Act. These contracts were the result of a meeting between the Postmaster General and the executives of top airlines at the time. This closed-door affair, of course, prevented any smaller airlines from competing for said contracts, and their subsequent complaints resulted in a Senate investigation. The fallout of this resulted in President Roosevelt cancelling all airmail contracts in February 1934, and he then requested the Air Corps to take over the airmail routes while new contracts were being arranged. This caught the Air Corps somewhat off guard, as very few of their aircraft were suited to the task. But the newly redesignated Douglas O-35 and B-7 appeared better suited than most, and so they were assigned to the mail routes in the so-called Western Zone, an area that was particularly challenging. This was the most difficult zone because of the mountainous terrain, and the pilots assigned to it urgently needed to familiarise themselves with the routes they were about to fly. Unfortunately, it would not take long for the terrain and the elements to claim their first victim, as it was during one of these familiarization flights that a B-7 crashed in Idaho. The pilot, Second Lieutenant James Eastman, was circling the aerodrome waiting for a break in the weather, being caught in a snowstorm, when his plane stalled and he was killed in the crash. 4 days later, and in the shadow of that tragedy, the Air Corps officially began its mail-carrying duties. However, it was not an easy endeavour. From the outset, they were plagued with severe winter weather, and that, coupled with being poorly prepared or equipped for nighttime operations, led to more crashes and the deaths of 13 airmen. By the time the regular mail service was restored, 3 more B-7s had been lost, with an overall loss ratio of 1 aircraft per 353 hours of flight time. After this, the B-7s saw limited use, as they were quickly becoming worn out and made obsolete by newer aircraft designs. They would eventually be withdrawn from use in 1938, with all of the models ending their days in a scrapyard. In terms of designs, the B-7 was a bit of a dead end, and a lot of that can be attributed to the rapid pace in which aircraft design evolved during this period. In the span of just a few years, things went from biplanes to monoplanes, and many planes were obsolete within months of leaving the hangar for the first time. Some made it, some didn't, and the B-7 was, unfortunately, one of the latter.
Episode 17, the Heinkel HE70. When a certain political party, who shall remain nameless from fear of angering the YouTube gods, rose to power in Germany in 1933, they claimed to have rebuilt the German aviation industry from nothing. However, this was not the case. All they really did was provide a quantitative expansion of the industry. German companies were already sufficiently well established to take on the demands of the resurgent Luftwaffe, and an excellent example of this was the sleek Heinkel HE70. This aircraft, also known as the Blitz for its high speeds, was one that proved to be the forerunner of the company's modern military aircraft, although it was as much a military failure as it was a commercial success, and I find it to be an aircraft that is often overlooked.
In the autumn of 1931, Lockheed unveiled their Model 9 Orion, a sleek, compact monoplane transport with a retractable landing gear that boasted a top speed of 220 miles an hour. This threatened not only to upset the balance of the rapidly expanding market for smaller civil transports, but also rob German aviation of its prestige, for at the time their transports were some of the best in Europe. As a result of this, in 1932, Deutsche Lufthansa commissioned Ernst Heinkel to design an aircraft with which the airline could maintain said prestige against the Orion. Work quickly began on the He-65 monoplane. However, in May, this project was abandoned, as this design, which had a non-retractable landing gear, was slower than the Orion, and it had been learned that Swissair had just taken on Lockheed's plane in numbers for their Zurich-Munich-Vienna route. Heinkel quickly moved on to a new low-wing monoplane design, the He-70, and he put brother designers Siegfried and Walter Gunther in charge of the project. Every effort was made in the pursuit of aerodynamic refinement, so keen were they to wipe Lockheed's eye. The engine, a 12-cylinder B&W 6Z, was enclosed in a closely fitted cowling which blended into the oval cross-section of the fuselage. It was cooled by ethylene glycol instead of water, and the higher evaporation rate permitted the use of a smaller radiator, and this radiator was retractable, which helped to further reduce drag at higher speeds. The fuselage itself was a duraluminum and steel monocoque, and this was clad in a stressed metal skin that used countersunk rivets, which gave a very smooth finish. The wing and tail surfaces were elliptical, and the wing was a two-spar structure with trailing edge flaps and highly polished plywood coverings. The undercarriage was now retractable, with the main wheels retracting into the wings, which was a new feature in Germany, but something that would rapidly become commonplace with smaller aircraft and fighter designs. The He-70 was designed to carry 2 crew members, a pilot and a radio operator, as well as 4 passengers who sat in pairs. The cockpit was set low into the plane, and it had a low windscreen, sliding canopy, and a long fairing running back from the headrests of the seat that blended with the cabin behind it. All of this improved streamlining, however it would have made for atrocious visibility for takeoff and landing, and so the cockpit was slightly offset to the port side so that the pilot had a good view of the ground. By June 1932, the preliminary design work had been completed, and soon after this, work began not only on a prototype, but also on an initial production series. The prototype, the He-70 V1, made its first flight on the 1st of December 1932. This aircraft had its undercarriage fixed down for safety, and to somewhat counteract this, the gear and wheels were enclosed in a streamlined fairing. The extra drag turned out to be not much of a hindrance, as during its test flights, the He-70 sustained a level speed of 377 km an hour, a speed which outclassed most contemporary fighter aircraft at the time, let alone civil transports. And it was for this reason that when the first production model, the He-70A, was completed, it had the name Blitz painted on the side of its nose, something that quickly became general practice for all of the production models. It soon lived up to this name, as over the course of March and April 1933, Flight Captain R. Untucht, a well-known Lufthansa pilot, set 8 new speed records across various categories with the He-70 V2. This then culminated in the He-70 being displayed at the 1933 Paris show in November, which did much for the public image of both Heinkel and Deutsche Lufthansa. After a series of flight trials, the He-70A entered commercial service on the 15th of June 1934. At the same time as this, several examples of the He-70B, C, and D were introduced. These were mostly identical to the A series, with the biggest difference on the D model being a newer and improved 750 horsepower BMW engine. The same engine would also be fitted to the He-70G, which would be the last civil model that was designed. The G model also had several other physical modifications. The cockpit was moved to the center of the fuselage and it was slimmed down, with provision only for a single pilot. One of these aircraft would find its way to Britain in 1935, where it was modified to take a Rolls-Royce Kestrel engine. Here it would remain, being used as a flying testbed for Rolls-Royce, all the way up to 1944, at one point attaining a maximum level speed of 410 km an hour. Along with Lufthansa, the Luftwaffe, still at the time lurking in the shadows, also took an interest in Heinkel's sleek monoplane, and they acquired more than a dozen of the G1 models in 1934 to be used for liaison and fast transport duties. By the time the Luftwaffe made its presence known to the world in 1935, they also now operated the first military versions of the aircraft, and these were the HE-70E and F series. From the beginning, the HE-70 was of great interest to the Luftwaffe, which considered it ideal as a light bomber and reconnaissance aircraft. As such, the E-series was designed to carry a 300kg bomb load, and it had a rear-mounted MG-17 machine gun for defense. Meanwhile, the F-series was designed for long-range reconnaissance. The latter model was powered by an upgraded BMW 6 7.3Z, and it was manned by a 3-person crew, which consisted of a pilot, radio operator, and a rear gunner. The first of these planes entered service with the Luftwaffe in 1934, and in 1936 they equipped at least one of the newly formed long-range reconnaissance squadrons. Their use as a recon aircraft would be relatively brief, as the appearance of the Dornier DO-17F quickly overshadowed them, and while the F-series had been considered an acceptable reconnaissance aircraft, there were fewer kind opinions about the E-series. Luftwaffe High Command viewed the Heinkel favourably, partly as a result of some well-placed members being on good terms with Ernst Heinkel himself, but Luftwaffe pilots felt the plane was unsuitable as a light bomber. Its defensive armament was too light, and unlike the emerging Ju-87 Stuka, it was poorly armoured. This poor opinion was made worse on the 3rd of June 1936, when the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, General Walter Wever, a well-regarded military strategist, was killed in Dresden while personally flying an HE-70. The accident turned out to be the result of human error, as the aileron locks had not been removed during pre-flight checks. But Wever's death still left its mark, and indeed it had far-reaching implications. Wever was a vocal supporter of the strategy of strategic bombing, and he was one of the few men in a position of authority who wanted the Luftwaffe to build up a powerful strategic bomber force. His death played a major role in this force being denied to the Luftwaffe, and this of course hampered Germany's effectiveness with large-scale bombing during the Second World War. Had he lived, things may have turned out very differently. As with many of the Luftwaffe's pre-war aircraft, the HE-70 made its combat debut in the Spanish Civil War. 18 HE-70Fs were sent in the autumn of 1936 as part of the Condor Legion. During the war, they carried out both the roles of reconnaissance and light bombing. The reconnaissance role was particularly important, as they had the range to reach Republican airfields, and more importantly, they had the superior speed, which allowed them to outrun any fighters that were sent to intercept them. Early in 1937, a new design of the aircraft emerged as the HE-170, and this was specifically an export model intended for Hungary. It was equipped with a 910 horsepower, 14-cylinder Gnome-Rhone radial engine, which, while powerful, somewhat contradicted the sleek lines of the airframe. Following the initial prototype, 20 HE-170s were delivered to Hungary, and they served with the 1st Independent Long-Range Reconnaissance Group. On the 26th of June 1941, they were flown into action against Soviet ground forces. However, their light defensive armament made them far too vulnerable to air attack, and they were withdrawn from frontline service after just 1 month. The last aircraft developed was the one-off HE-270, which first flew in 1938. This was the most powerful version, being powered by a 1,175 horsepower Daimler-Benz 601A. It was designed as a dual-purpose light bomber and reconnaissance aircraft, and it had a top speed of 460 km an hour. However, its light armament of just 1 forward-facing machine gun, plus 2 rear-facing defensive guns, made it unsuitable for service in light of combat experience gained in Spain, and the type never entered production. The poor military qualities of the HE-70 did nothing to endear it to Luftwaffe aircrews, and their Spanish counterparts seem to have been the only ones which had any liking for the Type as a military aircraft. Nevertheless, the HE-70 fared much better in the commercial sector, building much prestige in the civil transport role, the role it was actually designed for, and it was a key milestone in the development of Heinkel aircraft. Its influence can be seen in various designs, particularly the HE-111 and the HE-112. Altogether, 324 examples of the HE-70 and its various production models were built, including 28 for export. No surviving models of this often forgotten aircraft can be found today. However, HE-70s were still on the Spanish aircraft register as late as the 1950s, before finally being scrapped.
Episode 18. The Blackburn Blackburd.
Today, we're taking a look at the Blackburn Blackburd, an aircraft that was designed to be built in large numbers, but never was, and one that was designed to be easy to handle, which it also never was. In late 1917, it was realised that the Sopwith Cuckoo, while an excellent plane, lacked the punching power required for a torpedo bomber. Admiralty tests had revealed that its 1,085-pound Mark 9 torpedo was not capable of sinking large warships, and so, in the autumn of 1917, the Admiralty issued Specification N1B. This called for a single-seat aircraft capable of carrying the larger 1,423-pound Mark 8 torpedo. In the near future, this specification would be redesignated as the Type 22 when the Royal Naval Air Service was absorbed into the RAF. In February of 1918, contracts were placed for the construction of 6 prototypes. 3 would be built by Short Brothers Limited, and 3 by Blackburn, of whom Robert Blackburn went with the inventive strategy of naming the new torpedo bomber by simply changing the last letter of his surname. Uninspiring naming strategies aside, Robert Blackburn was determined to have his new aircraft win the competitive trials against the Shorts. He was so determined, in fact, that the company supplied their prototypes to the Admiralty at a cost of just £2,200 each, or approximately 2/3 of their actual cost. The Blackbird was designed by Harris Booth, and intended for shipboard service aboard Britain's first aircraft carrier, the Argus. It was a large, 3-bay, unstaggered biplane with folding wings, and it was designed on the simplest possible lines for cheap and rapid production. For this reason, the wings maintained a constant chord and uniform cross-section throughout their length, so that, if need required it, they could be ordered and produced en masse. The same principle was applied to the fuselage, which was built up from 4 rectangular spruce box longerons. It maintained a constant depth from nose to tail, and this, combined with the uniform wing shape, made the Blackbird look like a glorified matchbox with 2 rulers taped onto its top and bottom. Although it was designed to be built quickly, it is doubtful that this could have been achieved with the fuselage. It looked simple enough. However, the man-hours required to produce the struts and box longerons was considerable, particularly as the latter tapered towards the rear, and it would have likely been the main production bottleneck had the plane been ordered in large numbers. Per the Admiralty specification, the Blackbird was to be powered by a 350 horsepower Rolls-Royce Eagle 8, which drove a 2-blade propeller. Fuel was pumped from a 74-gallon tank in the second bay of the fuselage, and a 9-gallon oil tank was fitted approximately 2 feet behind the engine. The weight of this engine, combined with that of the Mark 8 torpedo, presented a bit of a problem in terms of the centre of gravity, and so during the design phase it was decided to install the pilot's cockpit considerably further back, to the tune of being 9 feet behind the centre section. In fact, it was approximately halfway between the trailing edge of the main wings and the tail. With 14 feet of fuselage in front of it, this cockpit offered woefully bad visibility for the pilot, and on top of this, it was also incredibly basic, having a wicker chair for the pilot which would have felt more at home in the summer of 1914 compared to the summer of 1918. Not counting the unfortunate position of the cockpit, the strangest thing about the Blackbird was its huge undercarriage. It was built in the form of a pin-jointed parallelogram with diagonal main legs, incorporating solid rubber shock absorbers. Upon closer inspection of some photos, it would seem that this undercarriage would block the release of any torpedo that the Blackbird carried, seeing as its axle sat below the torpedo itself. However, the wheeled portion of the undercarriage was designed to be jettisoned before the dropping of said torpedo, and the Blackbird was to be landed on the carrier using a pair of skids that were mounted inboard of the wheels and just above the axle that was to be dropped. The ability for the wheels to be jettisoned also had the added advantage of making emergency water landings safer, as the wheels would not be there to act as a giant anchor which could flip over the plane, a situation that's not normally good for the pilot's health. The first Blackbird was completed in late spring of 1918, and at the end of May it was flown for the first time. Then, on the 4th of June, it was delivered to Martlesham Heath for performance and handling trials. Here, it did not endear itself to the test pilots or Martlesham's assessors, and when you take a look at their reports, it's easy to see why. Takeoff and landing was an interesting affair. The Blackbird featured innovative long-span ailerons, which could all be lowered to act as flaps to shorten the takeoff run, something that would be very suitable for carrier operations. However, not being double-acting when lowered, they thus deprived the pilot of all lateral control, not so useful for carrier operations. After takeoff, it quickly became apparent that the Blackbird was only stable laterally, and the reports go on to say that it was incredibly nose-heavy in almost every regard, be that climbing, diving, or in level flight, a trait that persisted even after the heavy torpedo had been released. Flying the Blackbird was exhausting. In fact, it was so exhausting that the pilots had to use a rubber bungee to hold the control stick in place so they could relieve their arms of the strain of holding the plane level on longer flights. Not only was the Blackbird dangerous on takeoff, and nose-heavy, but it was also difficult during landing and taxiing. It quickly became apparent that the rudder was ineffective, especially at slower speeds during landing, and this made it difficult to keep the aircraft facing into the wind during slow landings, and it made it impossible to taxi in winds that were greater than 8 miles an hour. Considering that the bulk of British naval operations during the war thus far were to be found in the North Sea, which was more temperamental than a disgruntled sea goddess, it's easy to understand why Martlesham had so many reservations about the Blackbird's effectiveness. This was only worsened when the first prototype crashed before its trials could be completed. 2 more Blackbird prototypes were completed, per the initial contract. The second went to Scotland for torpedo trials before returning to Martlesham for more performance tests. By this point, it had an enlarged rudder to improve its landing performance. However, its effectiveness was never confirmed as the aircraft was permanently grounded due to concerns over weaknesses found in the fuselage structure. The third prototype was completed at about the same time as the armistice, in November 1918. After spending some time at the development squadron at Gosport, it was sent to HMS Argus to be operated experimentally. By this point, however, the Admiralty had favoured the competition, the short shell, and in a case of extreme irony, they had asked Blackburn to build 100 of these aircraft. However, this order was soon changed again to 100 Sopwith Cuckoos, as the Admiralty's requirements in a post-war world had rapidly changed. In the end, neither of the competing planes were successful. And so ends the Blackbird's story.